I remember the first time I saw it, clear as day, even though years have smoothed the edges of the dread. I was 22 then, full of that specific brand of youthful arrogance that tells you nothing truly bad can happen to you. I was fresh out of college, armed with a history degree and a naive belief that I could fix anything with enough research and elbow grease. That summer, I landed a gig working for the Historical Society in Willow Creek, a town nestled so deep in the Appalachian foothills you practically needed a compass and a prayer to find it. Willow Creek wasn't just remote, it was isolated, the kind of place where cell service was a myth and the nearest Walmart was an hour-and-a-half drive on winding, unpaved roads. My job was to catalog and preserve artifacts from some of the oldest homesteads in the region, many of which were slowly crumbling back into the earth. It was a dusty, solitary task, perfect for someone who liked quiet and had a penchant for forgotten stories. I lived in a small cabin owned by the society, perched on the edge of a dense forest. It was rustic, sure, but it had running water, electricity, and a reliable internet connection most of the time. Looking back, that isolation was the first mistake. Not a conscious one, but it set the stage. I was alone out there, miles from anyone who could hear me if I shouted. The nearest neighbor was old Mrs. Gable, a sweet woman with a penchant for conspiracy theories and a landline that frequently went dead. There was comfort in the solitude at first, the kind you find when you're escaping the noise of the world. But it also stripped away the everyday defenses we don't even realize we have. My particular project that August was the old Blackburn Place, a sprawling two-story farmhouse that had been abandoned for nearly a century. The Blackburns had been prominent in Willow Creek, pioneers who'd carved a life out of the wilderness. The society wanted to turn it into a museum someday, but for now, it was a time capsule of their lives, slowly succumbing to mold, dust, and the relentless march of nature. My task was to go through room by room, documenting everything, carefully packing up anything salvageable. I'd been working there for 3 weeks, driving my old beat-up truck down the long, winding dirt track to the house every morning, my thermos of coffee rattling in the cup holder. I knew the house intimately. The creak of the floorboards in the upstairs hall, the way the sunlight filtered through the grimy panes of glass in the parlor, the distinct smell of aged wood and forgotten lives. I thought I knew every cobweb-draped corner, every shadow, every echo. It was a Tuesday, I think, hot and humid, the kind of summer day that pressed down on you, making the air thick and still. I was upstairs in what must have been the master bedroom, carefully bagging old lace doilies and a stack of yellowed letters tied with a faded ribbon. The room was mostly cleared out, save for a heavy, dark wooden dresser and a large, ornate mirror that leaned against the wall where a fireplace used to be. The mirror was beautiful, with a frame carved from what looked like dark oak, adorned with swirling leaves and what might have been faded gold leaf. It was also incredibly dirty, its surface cloudy with a century of dust and grime, reflecting nothing but vague blurs of light. I'd meant to cover it and move it to the storage shed, but I hadn't gotten around to it. I worked until the late afternoon, the silence of the house broken only by the chirping of crickets outside and the occasional rustle of a squirrel in the attic. My phone, as usual, had no service, but I had a novel on my e-reader and a sandwich for lunch. The sun began to dip, casting long, dramatic shadows through the dusty windows. I was packing up for the day, stretching the kinks out of my back, when I happened to glance at the mirror again. Something about it was different. It wasn't reflecting me, not clearly anyway. The surface was still cloudy, still dusty, but for a split second I swear I saw something else in its depths. A movement, a distortion in the haze that wasn't just light or shadow. It was a fleeting impression, like the ripple in a still pond after a stone has been dropped, instantly gone. My breath hitched. I told myself it was just the fading light playing tricks. The way the dust shifted, maybe, or a trick of the old glass. I'd been alone in that house all day, every day, and my mind was probably getting a little stir-crazy. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a sudden chill despite the heat. I looked back at the mirror. Nothing, just the same cloudy, dust-laden surface. It was probably just my imagination, fueled by too much solitude and too many old stories. I zipped up my bag, trying to dismiss the strange flicker. "You're tired," I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice surprisingly loud in the stillness. Time to go home. But as I turned to leave the room, taking one last look around, a specific detail snagged my attention, pulling me back with an unwelcome tug of unease. The mirror, heavy and tall, had been leaning against the wall at a slight angle for weeks. Now it looked like it had shifted, just a fraction of an inch perhaps, but enough that it caught the last sliver of fading sunlight differently. And in that sliver, through the grime, I saw it again. Not a reflection, not a trick of light, a subtle imprint, a faint, almost transparent outline pressed into the dust on the surface, as if a face had briefly materialized and then faded, leaving behind a ghost of its presence. It was barely there, gone the instant I tried to focus, but the image was undeniably distinct. The suggestion of eyes, a nose, a mouth, and it wasn't my face. My heart started thumping a slow, heavy beat against my ribs. I stood frozen in the doorway, the hair prickling on the back of my neck. The air in the room, which had been merely warm moments before, now felt suddenly heavy, cold. It was like someone had opened an unseen door, letting in a draft from somewhere ancient and unlamented. I told myself it was ridiculous. It was just dust, an optical illusion, but the cold feeling didn't go away. This was the first spark, the tiny, almost imperceptible shift that started it all. The moment the house, or something in it, let me know I wasn't quite as alone as I thought I was. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my tired imagination, but the words felt hollow even as I thought them. The cold, that unbidden chill, seemed to seep into my bones, settling deep in my chest. My grip tightened on the strap of my bag, knuckles white. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt from that room and never look back. But my feet were rooted to the floor, my eyes fixed on the mirror. The faint outline was gone now, if it had ever truly been there. Just a smear of dust, a smudge on old glass. Yet the image remained burned into my mind's eye, a suggestion of hollowed eyes, a thin line for a mouth, a sharp, almost skeletal jawline. It wasn't human in any way I understood. It was a distortion, a caricature of a face, yet undeniably a face. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm. I forced myself to breathe, a shallow, gasping inhale. This was ridiculous. I was a rational person, a historian, trained to deal with facts, with tangible evidence. Ghosts and spectral imprints weren't in my curriculum. This was an old house, full of settling dust, decaying wood and shadows. My mind, overworked and understimulated by weeks of solitude, was playing tricks. That was the only logical explanation. With a monumental effort, I tore my gaze from the mirror. I took a hesitant step backward, then another, my hand reaching out to find the doorframe, a solid anchor in a world that suddenly felt too fluid. I didn't turn my back on the mirror until I was out of the room, backing slowly into the dusty hallway. Even then, I kept my eyes on the doorway, half expecting something to emerge from the deepening gloom within. Nothing did. The silence of the house pressed in again, thick and heavy, but it was no longer a comforting quiet. It was a watchful, expectant silence. I practically stumbled down the grand, creaking staircase, my boots clattering louder than usual on the worn treads. Each step was a hurried escape. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation for the cold, for the shifted mirror, for the ghostly imprint. The most plausible was that the mirror had been bumped by something, perhaps a structural shift in the house, or even a large rat. As for the imprint, well, dust was tricky. Dust could settle in patterns. Dust could mimic almost anything if you looked hard enough, especially when you were alone and keyed up. But the cold was real. It followed me. I fumbled with the locks on the heavy front door, my fingers clumsy. The sun had almost fully set, bathing the porch in a purple twilight. The familiar hum of crickets and cicadas was a welcome sound, a sign of the normal world waiting outside. I locked the door, almost too quickly, then scrambled into my old truck. The engine turned over with a cough, then roared to life, a comforting mechanical sound that chased away some of the lingering dread. As I drove away, the headlights cutting through the growing darkness on the long dirt track, I couldn't resist glancing in the rearview mirror. The Blackburn place loomed behind me, a dark silhouette against the last blush of the sky. The upstairs window, the one to the master bedroom, was a black, empty square. For a split second, I imagined I saw something in its depths, a faint glimmer, but then it was gone, swallowed by the distance and the encroaching night. I cranked up the radio, not caring what was playing, just needing noise. My cabin, when I finally reached it, felt like a haven. I flipped on every light, pushing back the shadows, making the small space feel as bright and ordinary as possible. I made dinner, but the food tasted like ash. I tried to read, but the words blurred. My mind kept replaying the image of the mirror, the cold, the impossible face. I showered, letting the hot water run over me, trying to wash away the chill that still clung to my skin, an invisible film of dread. It didn't work. When I finally crawled into bed, the cabin felt different. The usual comforting quiet now felt too quiet. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, seemed amplified, imbued with a sinister intent. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening, half expecting to hear a sound, any sound, that would confirm I hadn't imagined it all. But there was nothing, just the profound, oppressive silence of the mountains. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, as if I hadn't slept at all. The memory of the mirror was still sharp, but in the harsh light of day, it seemed less menacing, more surreal. A nightmare, perhaps, or a vivid hallucination brought on by fatigue and isolation. I was a rationalist, damn it. I wouldn't let a dusty old house and my own overactive imagination get the better of me. I forced myself through my morning routine, drinking extra coffee, trying to bolster my resolve. I had a job to do, important historical artifacts to preserve. I couldn't let a bit of spookiness deter me. If anything, it meant I needed to be even more vigilant, more thorough. Maybe the shifting mirror was a sign of structural instability, something that needed to be documented for the historical society. And the imprint, well, I'd take a closer look. Maybe it was just a strange pattern of dust, or even an old, faded watermark in the glass. Armed with this newfound determination and a healthy dose of self-denial, I packed my bag. I even tossed in a small, powerful flashlight just in case. The drive to the Blackburn place felt different this time. The winding dirt track, usually a peaceful prelude to my workday, now seemed to lead deeper into something ominous. The trees pressed in closer, their shadows darker. When I pulled up to the house, its large, imposing structure seemed to watch me, the empty windows like unblinking eyes. The morning sun, bright and insistent, did little to dispel the sense of unease that settled over me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach. This was just an old house, a beautiful, historical, empty old house. I unlocked the heavy front door, the key turning with a grating protest. The air inside was cool and still, carrying that familiar scent of aged wood, dust, and decay. But today there was something else, too, a faint, almost imperceptible mustiness that wasn't quite mold, more like the stale odor of a long unopened tomb. I went straight upstairs, my boots echoing loudly on the floorboards. The master bedroom was exactly as I'd left it. The heavy dresser, the stripped bed frame, and the mirror. It still leaned against the wall, dark and imposing, its surface still cloudy with a century of neglect. I approached it slowly, my heart thrumming against my ribs. In the clear light of day, with my rational mind firmly in control, I examined the mirror. Its frame was indeed carved from dark oak, intricate and beautiful, though some of the gilded leaves were chipped and faded. The glass itself was thick, old, and heavily silvered on the back. It was also incredibly dirty. I reached out a tentative hand, my fingers hovering just inches from the surface. No ghostly face stared back, no unsettling movement disturbed its depths, just a hazy reflection of the opposite wall and the faint, distorted outline of my own hand. I pressed my fingers gently into the dust. It was thick, a fine, powdery layer that had accumulated undisturbed for decades. And there in the dust was a faint, shallow impression, not as distinct as I remembered, perhaps because the sunlight was hitting it differently, but it was undeniably a depression in the layer of dust. A slight concavity, like something had pressed against it. It wasn't a human face, no. It was too indistinct for that. It could have been anything, a fold in a curtain that brushed against it, a sudden puff of wind carrying a larger dust particle. I tried to convince myself of this, but deep down, a colder, more insistent voice whispered, "You know what you saw." I pulled my hand back. I took out my phone, no signal as usual, but I used its camera to take a few close-up photos of the dust, hoping to capture whatever it was I thought I'd seen. The pictures, however, only showed a dusty, unremarkable surface. Digital evidence, it seemed, was as evasive as a ghost. My initial resolve to ignore it had crumbled. Now a new impulse took hold: investigation. I couldn't just dismiss it. Something had happened here, whether supernatural or mundane, and I needed to understand it. That was what historians did, after all. We sought the truth hidden beneath layers of time and dust. I decided the first step was to clean the mirror. If it was just an optical illusion, a trick of the grime, then cleaning it would prove it. If there was something else, well, then I'd face that when it happened. I went downstairs to my supply kit, pulling out a spray bottle of glass cleaner, a roll of paper towels, and a soft cloth. When I returned to the master bedroom, the mirror seemed to loom even larger, its darkness drawing the eye. I felt a prickle of unease as I approached it, the bottle of cleaner clutched in my hand like a weapon. "All right, old thing," I murmured, my voice a little shaky in the quiet room. "Let's see what you're really hiding." I sprayed a generous amount of cleaner onto the dusty surface, watching as the liquid beaded up, dissolving the accumulated grime. Then, holding my breath, I started to wipe. The first few swipes revealed the dark, reflective glass underneath, still cloudy but undeniably clearer. I worked systematically, wiping away decades of dust and dirt. As more of the surface was revealed, I could see my own reflection, distorted but present. My tired eyes, my furrowed brow, the anxious set of my mouth. It was almost half cleaned when it happened. I was wiping a section near the bottom, my back half turned to the rest of the room. A sudden, sharp sound made me jump, a loud thump from somewhere behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. The room was empty. The dresser stood undisturbed. The bed frame was still bare. The light from the window was steady. "Hello," I called out, my voice thin. No reply, just the echo of my own words swallowed by the house. I told myself it was the house settling, an old beam shifting, a branch hitting the roof. But the sound had been distinct, heavy, almost intentional. I slowly turned back to the mirror, my nerves frayed. My hand, still holding the wet paper towel, hovered. That's when I saw it. In the still dusty part of the mirror, the upper left quadrant that I hadn't yet cleaned, there was a faint shimmer. It wasn't a reflection of anything in the room. It was like heat haze, a distortion in the air itself, but confined solely within the mirror's surface. As I watched, mesmerized and terrified, the distortion began to coalesce. It was faint, almost transparent, like looking through rippling water, but it was there. A form, not a face this time, not a specific feature, but a general shape. A dark, upright mass, vague and indistinct, yet undeniably present in the cloudy glass. It was tall, too tall to be a person, stretching almost to the top of the mirror, and it seemed to sway as if in a phantom breeze. My blood ran cold. My hands started to shake, the paper towel falling unnoticed to the floor. This wasn't dust. This wasn't an illusion. This was something. I stared transfixed. The form in the mirror didn't move towards me, didn't solidify into anything more distinct. It just was. A silent, menacing presence, observed only through the antique glass. The air in the room grew heavy again, cold and still, just like the evening before. I could feel the hairs on my arms prickle, a wave of goosebumps rising on my skin. Then slowly, agonizingly, the shimmer began to dissipate. The form wavered, grew fainter, and then like smoke, dissolved back into the general cloudiness of the mirror. Within seconds it was gone, leaving only the untouched dust and my own pale, horrified reflection in the clean section below. I gasped a small, choked sound. My legs felt like jelly. I backed away from the mirror, slowly at first, then more quickly until I hit the wall opposite. I slid down, collapsing onto the dusty floorboards, my heart pounding a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath came in ragged gasps. "No," I whispered, the word barely audible. "No, this isn't real." But it was, it had been, I had seen it, and it had seen me. The thought sent another jolt of terror through me. I wasn't alone. I had never been alone in this house. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. I wanted to run, to scream, to bury my head in my hands and pretend it hadn't happened. But a stubborn part of my brain, the part that dealt with facts and evidence, refused to give in. It had been real. I had to understand. I had to. I forced myself to stand, my knees weak. I walked to the mirror again, cautiously, as if approaching a wild animal. I looked at the uncleaned section. Nothing, just dust. But the memory was vivid, sharp, undeniable. I couldn't clean the rest of it. Not yet. I had to think. I had to process. And most importantly, I had to find out why. I spent the rest of the morning in a daze, going through the motions of cataloging, but my mind was elsewhere. Every creak, every shadow, every rustle outside the window made me jump. I kept glancing at the mirror, half expecting to see the shimmering form again, but it remained dark and silent. The cleaned half reflected only the mundane reality of the room, a stark contrast to the unsettling mystery of the uncleaned half. By lunchtime, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to escape the house, to gather my thoughts in a place that didn't feel like it was watching me. I locked up, double-checking the heavy deadbolt, then practically sprinted to my truck. I didn't go back to the cabin. Instead, I drove the hour and a half to the nearest town with cell service and a decent library, Blackwood. Blackwood was larger than Willow Creek, a proper town with a main street, a grocery store, and even a small community college. I needed real internet, not the spotty connection at my cabin, and a place where I felt safe enough to research. The library was quiet, filled with the comforting scent of old books and disinfectant. I found a corner table with a plug for my laptop and logged into the Wi-Fi. My research started broad: Willow Creek Appalachia legends, haunted mirrors folklore, Blackburn family history Willow Creek. The initial searches were mostly dead ends. Appalachian folklore was rich with ghost stories, but none specifically mentioned mirrors or anything that resonated with what I'd seen. The Blackburn family history was even sparser online. A few genealogical sites mentioned their name, but nothing beyond birth, marriage, and death dates. They had settled in the area in the late 1700s, prospered, and then, sometime in the early 20th century, faded from the records. The house had been abandoned around 1920. I switched tactics. I started looking for any unusual deaths or disappearances associated with the Blackburn family, or even the house itself. I spent hours sifting through digitized local newspaper archives, old census records, and community histories. Most were dry, factual accounts of farming life, local politics, and church events. Then, late in the afternoon, I found a series of articles from the Blackwood Banner, dated 1919 and 1920. The headlines were sensational, even by today's standards. Blackburn daughter missing. Search parties continue for ELARA Blackburn. Family MOURNS beloved daughter, no trace found. Ilara Blackburn, the name resonated. She was the youngest daughter of Elias and Martha Blackburn, the last family to live in the house. She had been 17 when she vanished without a trace in the spring of 1920. The articles described her as a spirited, beautiful girl, adored by her family and the community. Search parties had scoured the surrounding mountains for weeks, but found nothing. No body, no belongings, no sign of what had happened to her. The official conclusion was that she had run away, or perhaps fallen victim to a hiking accident in the dense wilderness. Her body never recovered. But the tone of the articles suggested a deeper mystery, a lingering doubt. Her parents, especially, refused to believe she had simply run away. The timeline matched. The house had been abandoned shortly after her disappearance, a broken family unable to bear living in a place that held so many memories, so much unresolved grief. My historian's mind clicked into gear. A missing girl, a sudden abandonment, a strange mirror in her probable bedroom. It was too much of a coincidence. Ilara Blackburn. Was she the face in the dust? Was she the shimmering form? I remembered the general shape I'd seen in the mirror, tall, indistinct. Ilara had been 17, a young woman, not a child. Could the distortion have made her seem taller, more angular? I needed more. I needed to know about Ilara, about her life, her personality, her last days. The newspaper articles were frustratingly vague on personal details, focusing more on the search and the community's reaction. My research continued, fueled by a nervous energy. I widened my net, searching for any diaries, letters, or personal effects of the Blackburn family that might have been donated to other historical societies or mentioned in local history books. I found nothing online. As the library prepared to close, I felt a familiar frustration mixed with a growing certainty. The mirror, Ilara, the abandonment of the house, it was all connected. I knew it. The rational explanations I'd clung to earlier in the day now seemed flimsy, transparent. I packed up my laptop, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the library. The sun had set, and the journey back to Willow Creek was a dark one. The isolation of my cabin, usually a comfort, now felt like a vulnerability. I pulled into my drive, the cabin lights a beacon against the inky blackness. I went inside, locking the door behind me with an extra twist of the deadbolt. I made a simple dinner, ate it quickly, and then tried to relax, but sleep wouldn't come. Every shadow in the cabin seemed to shift. Every creak of the old wood sounded like footsteps. I kept thinking about Alara, a girl lost to time and the wilderness, perhaps still lost, trapped somewhere between worlds. The next morning, I made a decision. I wasn't going to ignore it. I was going to embrace it. I was going to treat this as a historical investigation, but one with unusual parameters. If Alara was somehow connected to the mirror, if she was trying to communicate, I needed to approach it with an open mind, not dismiss it as mere superstition. I would go back to the Blackburn place, and I would try to understand. Before I left, I made a quick call on my landline. Cell service was still non-existent. It was Mrs. Gable. She answered on the third ring, her voice raspy but welcoming. "Good morning, dear. Everything all right out there?" she asked. "Morning, Mrs. Gable. Everything's fine. Just checking in," I lied, my voice sounding more confident than I felt. "Listen, I was wondering, do you know anything about the old Blackburn place, the family that used to live there?" Mrs. Gable paused. "The Blackburns, eh? Oh, they were a fine family, a tragedy that was, a real tragedy." Her voice dropped, a hint of ancient sorrow coloring her words. "Poor Alara, pretty as a picture that girl was, vanished, just up and vanished." "Yes, I read a little about that," I said carefully. "Do you remember any of the stories about what happened? People talked, didn't they?" "Oh Lord, yes, folks talked. Still do, some of us old-timers," she chuckled, a dry, papery sound. "Some said she ran off with a traveling salesman. Others, they said she went into the woods and never came out, caught by a bear or a mountain lion. But my mama, she always said something else." My heart gave a little jolt. "What did your mama say, Mrs. Gable?" "Mama said the woods didn't take her. Mama said the house took her." A cold tendril of fear snaked up my spine. The house. Mama always had a way about her, knew things, said that house, it had a hunger. Said the family built it on ground where something old and bad had been buried. An old Indian burial ground, some said, or maybe a place where a witch was hanged back in the colonial days. Either way, Mama said it needed to be fed, and Alara was the prettiest one, the brightest. Mama said the house wanted her light. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. That's quite a story. "It is, and my mama, she never told a lie," Mrs. Gable insisted, a touch of steel in her voice. "She said you could feel it, the cold spots even in summer, and sometimes, if you listened close, you could hear her, crying or singing, a sad, pretty tune." "Have you ever heard anything like that yourself, Mrs. Gable?" She hesitated. "Well, I never went inside after they moved out. But I remember old Elias Blackburn, Alara's papa. He came to Mama once after the girl vanished. He was a broken man, said he saw things, shadows in the corners, whispers. Said he saw Alara in the looking glass sometimes, clear as day, begging him for help." The looking glass, the mirror, my grip tightened on the phone. He saw her in the mirror. That's what he said. He was frantic. Martha, her mama, she just grieved. But Elias, he saw her. He tried to break the mirror, Mama said, smash it to bits. But he couldn't, said it was like granite. And then he just gave up. Left Willow Creek a month later and never came back. "Thank you, Mrs. Gable," I managed to say, my voice hoarse. "Thank you for telling me." "You be careful in that old place, dear," she said, her voice softening. "Some things are best left undisturbed." "I will," I promised, though I knew it was a lie. I hung up the phone, my mind reeling. Elias Blackburn had seen Alara in the mirror. He had tried to break it. This wasn't just my imagination. This was real. I drove to the Blackburn place with a sense of grim determination. The house, under the bright morning sun, no longer looked merely old. It looked ancient, saturated with history and with something else, something dark and predatory, just as Mrs. Gable's mother had claimed. The words echoed in my head. The house took her. The house had a hunger. I parked, grabbed my backpack, and pulled out my digital camera and a notebook. I would document everything, every cold spot, every sound, every flicker in that damned mirror. I would approach this like an archaeologist uncovering a hidden tomb, meticulous and cautious, but utterly committed. When I entered the house, the air was still and heavy, but I thought I detected a subtle shift, a heightened awareness that hadn't been there before. It was as if the house knew I was coming, knew I was no longer an unwitting observer but a seeker. I went straight to the master bedroom. The mirror stood against the wall. The line between the cleaned and dusty has a stark demarcation. It seemed to pulse with a low, silent energy. I could feel its gaze, or perhaps the gaze of whatever resided within it, following me. I pulled out my equipment. First, I wanted to map the temperature in the room. I had a small, handheld infrared thermometer, usually used to check for drafts or insulation issues in old buildings. I started taking readings. The general temperature in the room was a comfortable 72 degrees Fahrenheit, but as I scanned closer to the mirror, the readings began to drop. Around the base of the mirror, the temperature was 68 degrees. Halfway up, it was 65, and directly on the dusty, uncleaned surface of the mirror, it plummeted to an astonishing 58 degrees. The air immediately in front of it felt noticeably cooler, a pocket of frigid air in an otherwise warm room. This was a consistent, measurable cold spot, not just a feeling. My scientific training screamed that something was drawing heat, a physical anomaly that defied explanation. My gut instinct screamed that something unnatural was drawing energy. I took photographs of the thermometer readings, meticulously noting the locations. Then I turned my attention to the mirror itself. I hesitated, then pulled out my cleaning supplies again. My earlier attempt had been interrupted. Now I would finish. I needed to see the full, unobstructed glass. Lara, I whispered, my voice barely audible. If you're here, if you're trying to tell me something, please show me. I sprayed the cleaner again, aiming for the uncleaned section. As the liquid hit the dust, there was a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, a flicker deep within the glass. I gasped, my breath catching. It was too fleeting to be definitive, but it was there. I began to wipe slowly, carefully. With each swipe of the paper towel, more of the mirror's true surface was revealed. The dark, antique glass, reflecting a distorted but clearer image of the room behind me. As I neared the top, a section of the ornate frame that had been hidden by dust became visible. It was carved with more intricate detail than I had initially realized. Swirling leaves, faded gold leaf, and something else. Small, almost hidden symbols carved into the dark wood. They looked like ancient runes or perhaps a forgotten language. I leaned closer, trying to decipher them. They were too small, too weathered to make out clearly. But they were unsettling, their presence adding to the growing sense of wrongness about the mirror. Finally, the entire surface was clean. The mirror was now a vast, dark, unblemished rectangle, reflecting the dusty bedroom in its entirety. My own reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed and pale. I looked from my reflection to the room, then back to my reflection. Nothing. No shimmering forms, no ghostly faces, just me. A wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Maybe cleaning it had broken the spell. Maybe the dust had been the medium, the catalyst, and now that it was gone, whatever had been there was gone too. The logical part of my brain, the part that craved normalcy, latched onto this explanation with desperate hope. I took a few steps back, surveying the cleaned mirror. It was magnificent, even in its ominous grandeur. The dark wood frame, the deep, reflective glass. It was a beautiful piece of craftsmanship. I decided to try and move it. The Historical Society wanted it in storage, and it was too valuable to leave leaning against the wall. I pushed against the heavy frame. It didn't budge. I pushed harder, grunting with effort. It was incredibly heavy, far heavier than it looked, and it felt rooted to the spot, as if it were a permanent fixture of the house. I tried another angle, bracing my shoulder against it. Nothing. It wouldn't even shift an inch. I remembered Mrs. Gable's story about Elia's blackburn trying to break it, saying it was like granite. It certainly felt that way, immovable. Frustrated, I stepped back, wiping sweat from my brow. I would need help to move it, perhaps 2, even 3 strong men. I made a mental note to call the Historical Society and arrange for assistance. I spent the rest of the day in the house, working on other rooms, trying to distract myself, but I kept feeling drawn back to the master bedroom, to the mirror. Every half hour or so, I'd find myself back in the doorway, staring at it. It remained inert, a silent, reflective sentinel. As the afternoon waned and the sun began its descent, casting long, dramatic shadows through the windows, I felt the familiar shift in the atmosphere. The air grew colder, heavier. The silence became profound, anticipatory. I was in the downstairs parlor, packing away some old books when I heard it, a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was a whisper. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand hovering over a dusty volume. I listened, straining my ears. The sound was fleeting, barely there, like a sigh carried on a phantom breeze. It was too indistinct to make out words, but it was unmistakably human, and it came from the master bedroom. I stood completely still, my heart thumping. This was different from the thump I'd heard earlier. This was a deliberate sound, an undeniable communication. "Lara," I whispered again, my voice trembling. The whisper came again, a little clearer this time, a mournful, drawn-out sound, like a child's name being sung. Ilara. Goosebumps erupted on my skin. I dropped the book, the thud echoing loudly in the quiet house. My rational mind, once so dominant, was now cowering in a corner, overwhelmed. This was no longer about dust or optical illusions. I walked slowly towards the stairs, my boots creaking with every terrified step. The whispering continued, a soft, repetitive sound drawing me in. It was like a siren song, terrible and compelling. It wasn't menacing, not yet. It was sad, profoundly, achingly sad. I ascended the stairs, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles ached. Each step brought me closer to the source of the sound, closer to whatever awaited me in that room. The temperature dropped steadily as I neared the top of the stairs, a wave of frigid air washing over me. When I reached the doorway of the master bedroom, I stopped. The whispering was louder here, clearer. It was coming from the mirror. I stepped into the room. The mirror, large and dark, now fully cleaned, reflected the twilight glow from the window, and in its depths something was happening. It wasn't a shimmering form, not a distinct face. It was more subtle, more insidious. The reflection of the room, of the dresser, of the bed frame began to distort. The edges wavered, the colors deepened, as if viewed through murky water. The light from the window dimmed, becoming a colder, paler shade of blue. and in the center of the warped reflection, a figure began to appear. Not on the surface of the mirror, but within the reflection itself, as if it were a window to another, darker version of the room. It was a girl, tall, slender, with long, dark hair. She was standing by the window in the reflected room, her back to me, looking out into a landscape that was bleaker, more desolate than the reality outside. Her posture was one of profound melancholy, shoulders slumped, head bowed. The whispering stopped. The house was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I took a hesitant step forward, my eyes fixed on the mirror. The girl didn't move. She just stood there, a ghostly sentinel in a ghostly room. I raised a trembling hand, reaching out towards the mirror, towards the girl within. As my fingertips brushed the cold, hard glass, the reflected girl slowly, agonizingly turned her head. Her face was pale, almost translucent, framed by dark, tangled hair. Her eyes were wide, vacant, filled with an ancient, unbearable sorrow. And as she looked at me, through the glass, through the veil between worlds, her lips parted. No sound came out, but I heard it in my mind, as clear as if she had screamed it aloud. A single word, a desperate, silent plea. Help! The impact of that word, that silent, agonizing plea, hit me with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't a trick of light, not a product of my imagination. It was real. This was Alara, and she was trapped. A jolt of adrenaline, cold and electric, surged through me. My initial terror gave way to something else, a fierce, protective urgency. I was no longer a researcher, an observer. I was connected to this girl, to this house, to this terrible, unresolved history. I stared back at her reflection, my own face mirrored next to hers, a living, breathing counterpoint to her spectral despair. I could feel the cold radiating from the glass, but I didn't pull away. I had promised Mrs. Gable I would be careful, but that promise had been shattered the moment I saw Alara's plea. I didn't know what to do. How do you help a ghost? How do you free a girl trapped for a century in a looking glass in a hungry house? My historical training offered no answers, my rational mind no solutions. But my heart, once filled with dread, now felt a spark of defiant courage. Lara, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion, I hear you. As I spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the mirror's surface. It wasn't a ripple, more like the glass itself was vibrating on a molecular level. Ilara's pale lips trembled slightly, and her vacant eyes seemed to gain a spark of something, a fleeting recognition, before the image of the girl, the distorted room, and the silent plea, all dissolved as quickly and as subtly as they had appeared. The mirror returned to reflecting the real, dusty room, the last rays of twilight painting the walls in hues of purple and gray. I stood there, heart hammering, my hand still outstretched, touching the now ordinary, cold glass. The profound silence of the house pressed in, no longer anticipatory, but heavy with the weight of what I had just witnessed. I had promised myself I wouldn't run, wouldn't dismiss it, and now I had my confirmation. Ilara was here, she was trapped, and she needed my help. The protective urgency hadn't faded. If anything, it had solidified into a fierce determination. I had stumbled into a century-old mystery, not just of history, but of a soul in torment, and I was now irrevocably entangled. I slowly lowered my hand, taking a deep, shuddering breath. My mind, which had been racing in a panic, now shifted into an overdrive of frantic problem-solving. How do you help a ghost? What kind of help was she asking for? Release, vengeance, understanding. I pulled out my phone, no signal, useless. My camera, however, was a different story. I took several photos of the mirror, hoping to capture some lingering trace, but the images were disappointingly mundane, just an old, clean mirror reflecting a dim room. The symbols on the frame remained, though, and I focused on them, taking close-ups. They were faint, difficult to make out, but undeniably there. I needed information, more than Mrs. Gable could provide, more than the Blackwood Library had yielded. I needed to understand what had trapped Alara and, more importantly, how to free her. And that meant diving deeper into the history of this house, this family, and perhaps the specific object that held her captive. I spent the next hour in a meticulous search of the master bedroom, operating on the theory that if the mirror was a trap, there might be other clues nearby. I pulled out drawers from the heavy dresser, finding nothing but dust and the faint scent of old lavender. I checked behind the bed frame, under the loose floorboards I knew about from previous cataloging. Nothing. The room was largely empty, stripped of its personal effects long ago. As darkness fully descended, plunging the room into near-total blackness save for the faint glow filtering from outside, a new thought struck me. The other half of Mrs. Gable's mother's story. The house had a hunger. It was built on bad ground. I packed up my gear, leaving the mirror standing like a dark sentinel in the gloom. I couldn't stay in the house overnight, not yet. The emotional toll of what I'd witnessed was too great. I needed a clear head, and sleep, however disturbed, was essential. I locked up the Blackburn place, the click of the deadbolt echoing unnervingly in the silent night, and drove back to my cabin. The cabin, usually a sanctuary, now felt merely like a temporary refuge. I turned on every light, boiled water for tea, and spread my notes and photos across the small kitchen table. The images of the mirror's frame with its strange symbols were intriguing. They looked vaguely Celtic, or perhaps some older, forgotten European pagan script. But in this Appalachian setting, that seemed unlikely, unless an early settler had brought such beliefs with them. I pulled out my laptop, connecting to my unreliable internet. My first search was for Appalachian folk magic mirror, then Protective Runes Appalachian. I got a mix of things, practical superstitions about breaking mirrors, some vague mentions of scrying mirrors, and a lot of generic charm symbols. Nothing that matched the specific carvings on the Blackburn mirror. Then I tried Forgotten Languages Appalachia and Pre-Colonial Symbols Eastern U.S. This brought up some academic papers on indigenous languages and symbols, particularly the Cherokee syllabary, but it didn't look like that either. The symbols on the mirror were more angular, less flowing. I spent hours poring over academic databases, JSTOR articles, and online archives of historical societies. My sleep was minimal, punctuated by visions of Alara's pleading face in the mirror. I knew I needed to return to the Blackburn place, but I needed more than just intuition. I needed a plan. The next morning, armed with another thermos of coffee, I drove back to the house. The morning sun felt less comforting than usual, unable to truly penetrate the oppressive atmosphere within the old structure. I went straight to the master bedroom. The mirror stood, dark and silent, but I could feel its presence, a cold weight in the room. I felt Alara's presence too, a faint, lingering sorrow that permeated the air. My plan for today was to expand my search within the house itself. If the house had a hunger, if it was built on bad ground, there might be physical evidence, not just spectral. I started in the master bedroom again, but this time I wasn't just looking for Alara's things. I was looking for anything unusual, any structural anomaly, any hidden compartment. I methodically ran my hands over the walls, feeling for loose panels or strange textures. I tapped along the floorboards, listening for hollow sounds. The room was solid, unyielding. The only thing out of place was the mirror itself, unmovable as a bedrock. I moved to other rooms on the second floor, repeating the process. In one of the smaller bedrooms, I found a loose floorboard near the window. My heart quickened. I carefully pried it up, dust motes dancing in the shaft of light that pierced the gloom. Beneath it, nestled in the dark space, was a small wooden box. It was plain, unadorned, made of dark, aged oak. My hands trembled as I reached for it. This was it. This felt like a discovery, a tangible link to the past, a possible clue. I carried the box to the master bedroom, placing it gently on the dresser. The mirror seemed to watch me, its dark surface reflecting my eager, anxious face. I didn't want to open it right away. I wanted to prepare, to be methodical. I sat down on the floor, the box resting on my knees. It wasn't locked, just closed with a small, rusted latch. I took a deep breath, and slowly, carefully, I opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded, brittle velvet, were several items. The first was a small, tarnished silver locket, intricate and beautiful, but cold to the touch. The second was a dried, pressed flower, its petals a dark, faded crimson, nestled between two yellowed pages of what looked like a small, leather-bound diary. And the third was a single, dark, smooth stone, about the size of a pigeon's egg. It wasn't an ordinary rock. It seemed to absorb the light, a deep, obsidian black with a faint, almost oily sheen. It felt unnaturally cold in my palm, even colder than the mirror's surface. I picked up the locket first. With a delicate click, it opened. Inside, there were two miniature portraits. One, a stern-faced man with piercing eyes, Elias Blackburn, perhaps. The other, a kind-faced woman with dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, Martha, Ilara's mother. There was no picture of Ilara. Next, I turned to the diary. It was small, no bigger than my hand, its leather cover cracked and worn. The pages were thin and brittle, covered in elegant, looping script. It was a girl's handwriting, Ilara's. My heart throbbed. This was invaluable. A direct voice from the past, from the girl herself. I carefully opened it to the first page. The date was April 12, 1919. The entries were personal, intimate, detailing the life of a young woman in rural Appalachia. Ilara wrote about her chores, her dreams, her frustrations with the isolation of Willow Creek. She longed for wider horizons, for education, for art. She loved to read, devouring every book she could get her hands on. She described her parents with affection, but also a yearning for independence. She wrote about the beauty of the mountains, but also their oppressive stillness. As I read, Ilara's personality began to emerge from the yellowed pages, intelligent, sensitive, artistic, and deeply feeling. She loved to draw, and some of the pages contained delicate sketches of flowers and mountain landscapes. Her writing was eloquent, often poetic. She was, as the newspaper articles described, a spirited girl. Then the tone began to shift. Around the entries from late 1919, a thread of unease started to weave through her words. She mentioned strange dreams of being lost in a dark forest, of feeling watched. She wrote about the house, her beloved home, sometimes feeling cold and unfriendly, particularly the master bedroom, her parents' room. Then she wrote about the mirror. December 3rd, 1919. Mama bought a new looking glass from the traveling merchant. Papa says it cost a fortune, carved from fine dark wood. It is beautiful indeed, but something about it makes me uneasy. It is so very old. The merchant said it had been in his family for generations from the old country. Mama wanted it for their bedroom to reflect the morning light, but it seems to drink the light instead. Sometimes when I pass it, I feel a chill, even in front of the fire. And the reflections are strange, not quite right. My own face looks different, paler, older. January 10th, 1920. The mirror, it scares me. I woke last night to a sound, a faint whisper from Mama and Papa's room. I thought it was Mama calling, but when I went to check, they were both asleep. But the mirror, I saw something in it. A shadow, a movement, just at the edge of my sight. It wasn't them, it was something else. A tall, dark shape. I closed my eyes and fled back to my room. I dare not tell Mama or Papa. They would say it was just a bad dream. February 5th, 1920. I've been spending less time upstairs. The mirror draws my eye. I feel it watching me. Sometimes when I stare into its depths, I see glimpses of things that aren't there. A different room, older, darker. A forest, bare and cold. I tried to clean it yesterday, but the grime is deep embedded. And the more I wipe, the colder the glass becomes. Papa says I'm imagining things. He says the merchant told him the mirror has a history, that it belonged to an old woman in his family who was a cunning woman. Papa laughed, but I did not. The symbols on the frame, they are not merely decorative. They feel ancient, powerful. March 1st, 1920. The whispers are louder. I hear them when I am alone in the house. They call my name. Ilara, Ilara, they come from the mirror. I see faces in it now, not distinct, not clear, but there, pale, hungry faces. I told Papa about the cold, the whispers. He finally listened. He went into the bedroom, tried to move the mirror, but it would not budge. He said it felt heavier than stone. He tried to break it with a hammer. It just bounced off, leaving no mark. He was furious. He said he would hire men from town to take it out, but the men won't come near it. They say it has a bad spirit. April 2nd, 1920. I cannot sleep. The dreams are vivid. I am in the mirror, trapped. I see my own hands reaching out, but they are transparent. I see the house outside, but it is desolate, empty, choked with thorns. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. The faces are clearer now, not just faces, shapes, whispers. They want something. They want me. I feel it, a terrible pull, a hunger from the mirror, from the house itself. Mama is worried. Papa is withdrawn. They don't understand. They cannot see what I see. The entries grew more frantic, the handwriting less steady. April 10th, 1920. It's getting stronger. The cold is everywhere upstairs. I hear voices, not just whispers now. They are calling me, beckoning. They say I am special. They say they will show me wonders. I know it's a lie. I know it wants to take me. I told Papa again. He looked at me, his eyes full of despair. He doesn't know what to do. He says we must pray, but prayer does not stop the hunger. April 17th, 1920. Today I found this box. It belonged to Papa's grandmother. She was a cunning woman herself, though Papa never speaks of it. She kept it hidden under a loose board in her old room. Inside there's a locket, a dried flower in this stone, a dark stone. It feels alive. Grandma used to say it had power, to protect, to ward off evil. I don't know if it will work, but I must try. The mirror, it showed me my own reflection, reaching out, pulling me in. I am afraid, so afraid. It comes for me tonight. I feel it. The final entry, dated April 17th, 1920, was smeared, as if written in haste or with a trembling hand. And then, abruptly, the diary ended. The next page was blank. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. The story in her own words. The mirror wasn't just a portal. It was a hungry entity, a trap, and Alara had known. She had tried to protect herself with that dark stone. I looked down at the dark, obsidian-like stone in the box. It still felt unnaturally cold, heavy. A warding stone, a protection against whatever ancient evil resided in the mirror in the house. Had it failed her? Or had she simply run out of time? I carefully closed the diary, my hands shaking. The cold from the mirror seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like an icy shroud. The silence in the room was suddenly profound, expectant. It was as if the house, or Alara, or whatever malevolent entity resided here, knew I had uncovered her story. Zilara, I whispered again, my voice stronger now, filled with conviction. I know what happened. I know about the mirror. I know you tried to fight it. As I spoke, the familiar distortion began in the mirror's reflection. The room warped, the light dimmed, and the ghostly form of Alara materialized within. This time, she wasn't facing away. She was looking directly at me, her spectral eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a faint, fragile hope. Her lips moved, forming the silent word again, help. I stood up, holding the box, particularly the dark stone, in my hand. I'm going to help you, Ilara, I said, my voice unwavering. I don't know how yet, but I will. She reached out a translucent hand from within the mirror, her fingers pressing against the distorted reflection of the glass. I instinctively reached out, placing my hand against the cold surface of the real mirror, mirroring her gesture. My palm met the frigid glass, and for a moment I felt a faint tingling, like static electricity, then a profound chill that seeped deep into my bones. As our hands, one spectral, one corporeal, met across the veil of the mirror, Ilara's face contorted. It wasn't a look of pain, but of strain, of an immense, unbearable effort. And then her eyes, those vacant, sorrowful eyes, shifted. They looked not at me, but beyond me, at something in the room that I could not see. A flicker of intense, primal fear crossed her face, a fear far greater than the sorrow she usually emanated. And then she was gone. The reflection snapped back to normal. The room returned to its mundane reality. But the cold remained, and the profound, watchful silence. I stood there trembling, my hand still pressed against the mirror. What had she seen? What had scared her so deeply that it overshadowed her desperate plea for help? I looked around the room, feeling a new layer of dread settle over me. Had it been here, the thing that trapped her, was it watching me now? I slowly backed away from the mirror, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. The air felt thick, heavy, as if an invisible weight pressed down on me. I clutched the wooden box to my chest, the dark stone a small, cold comfort in my hand. I knew I couldn't leave Alara's diary and the other items hidden. They were evidence, essential to understanding this mystery. I carefully placed the locket, the dried flower, and the dark stone back into the box, then tucked the diary inside as well. I closed the latch. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to smash the mirror, just as Elia's Blackburn had tried, but I knew it was futile. And even if I could, would it free Alara, or simply shatter her prison, leaving her fragmented and lost forever? No, that was not the answer. I needed to understand the symbols on the frame. Alara had mentioned them, calling them ancient, powerful. If they were part of the mirror's magic, then deciphering them was crucial. I spent the rest of the day in the house, but not working on cataloging. I was researching. I took dozens of close-up photos of the symbols on the mirror's frame, trying to get every angle, every detail. They were deeply carved, almost worn smooth in places by age and dust. Some looked like stylized animals, others like geometric patterns, and still others like characters from an unknown alphabet. I then returned to the downstairs parlor, setting up a makeshift workstation on a dusty table. I opened Alara's diary again, rereading the last few entries, looking for any other clues, any other details. She had mentioned Mama's new-looking glass from the traveling merchant from the old country. This confirmed my suspicion that the mirror wasn't of local origin. It had been brought from elsewhere, perhaps Europe. That fit with the unusual, non-Appalachian feel of the symbols. I then picked up the dark stone. It was smooth, polished, almost like obsidian, but it felt denser, somehow more ancient. As I held it, a faint, metallic tang seemed to emanate from its surface. It was definitely not a common local rock. I realized I couldn't do any more in the house for now. I needed to go back to Blackwood, to the library, to the internet. I needed to cross-reference these symbols, this stone, and the folklore Ilera described with more specialized resources. I carefully packed the wooden box with its contents, the locket, the dried flower, the dark stone, and Ilera's diary, into my backpack. This was a critical piece of the puzzle, and I wasn't leaving it behind. As I headed out of the house, the sun was beginning to set. The familiar twilight descended, but it no longer felt beautiful. It felt ominous, a prelude to the darkness in which Ilera was trapped. I double-locked the door, the heavy click a poor defense against the unseen. The drive to Blackwood was long and silent, my mind racing. I went directly to the library, managing to get there just before closing. I begged the librarian for an extra hour, explaining vaguely that I had urgent historical research. She, a kind, elderly woman who recognized me from my previous visit, agreed with a sympathetic smile, probably thinking I was just a dedicated, if eccentric, historian. I quickly secured a computer and logged on. My first priority was to try and identify the symbols on the mirror's frame. I uploaded my photos and began a visual search. I tried European runes, ancient protective symbols, occult sigils, Celtic carvings, Viking symbols. It was a slow, painstaking process. Many symbols were similar, but none were exact matches. I scrolled through page after page of images, feeling a growing frustration. Then, deep in an obscure forum on ancient folklore and dark magic, I found something. A single image, poorly photographed, of a carving on an old medieval chest. It shared several key elements with the symbols on the Blackburn mirror. The accompanying text was sparse, written by an amateur enthusiast, but it mentioned Elder Futhark variant and warding sigils against elemental spirits. Elemental spirits. Mrs. Gable's mother had said the house had a hunger, built on bad ground. That suggested something ancient, perhaps pre-human, a territorial spirit tied to the land itself, and the mirror, a conduit, a trap for such things. I dug deeper into Elder Futhark variant and warding sigils. This led me down a rabbit hole of esoteric texts, ancient magic, and forgotten pagan beliefs. It was dense, complex, and far removed from my usual historical research, but I pressed on, driven by Ilara's silent plea. I learned about spirit traps, often using reflective surfaces or enclosed spaces, sometimes inscribed with specific symbols to contain or bind an entity. And the symbols on the mirror, while not pure Elder Futhark, seemed to be a corrupted or regional variation of runes associated with binding, protection, and warding. The implication was chilling. The mirror wasn't just a simple trap for Ilara. It was a pre-existing trap, or container, for something far older and more malevolent. And Ilara, in her innocence, had become caught in its mechanism. My next focus was the dark stone. I searched obsidian warding stone folklore, dark stone's protection magic. I found numerous references to protective stones, often used by cunning folk or witches. Some specifically mentioned volcanic glass like obsidian, believed to absorb negative energy or provide a shield against malevolent forces. Ilara's grandmother, the cunning woman, had known its purpose. As I pieced together the fragments, a terrifying picture began to form. The Blackburn house, built on ground with a pre-existing hunger, a native, possibly elemental spirit. A family acquiring an antique mirror, perhaps unknowingly a spirit trap brought from the old country. The symbols on its frame acting as a binding mechanism, and Alara, sensitive and artistic, somehow attuned to the house's malevolence, becoming entangled with the mirror's dark power. Perhaps the mirror didn't just trap Alara, perhaps it fed on her light, as Mrs. Gable's mother had suggested, fueling whatever dark entity it contained, or perhaps the entity itself was the mirror. A symbiotic, parasitic relationship. The library was closing. I gathered my notes, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion and a new, heavier dread. I knew what I was up against, or at least I had a better idea. This wasn't just a ghost. This was an ancient, malevolent force, using Alara as its sustenance, its lure. I returned to my cabin, the wooden box clutched tight in my hands. The cabin, with its normal lights and modern appliances, felt almost alien after immersing myself in such ancient darkness. I placed the box on my desk, careful and reverent. I tried to sleep, but my mind was too active, too haunted. I kept seeing Alara's face, her plea for help, and that fleeting moment of pure terror. What had she seen? What was it that was still in the mirror, or in the house, that terrified even a trapped spirit? The next morning I woke with a jolt, not from a dream, but from a sudden, stark realization. The dried flower. What was its significance? Alara hadn't mentioned it in her diary, only that the box contained a locket, the diary itself, and the stone. But the flower was there, nestled between diary pages, a silent witness. I carefully opened the box again, retrieving the flower. It was a dark red, almost black now, its petals fragile. It looked like a very old rose, but I couldn't be sure. I began to research folklore dried flowers protection, meaning of red dried flowers in magic. This led me to some more obscure practices, particularly folk magic and botanical lore. Some sources indicated that dried flowers, especially roses, were used in love spells, but also in protection charms, depending on how they were prepared and what other ingredients were combined with them. Red roses, specifically, were sometimes used to symbolize enduring love or even protection against harm. Could it be that the flower was another attempt at protection, or a token of something else? Love, a forgotten lover. Alara's diary entries didn't mention any romantic interests, only her yearning for freedom. This thought, however, planted a new seed of inquiry. If Alara had tried to protect herself, using her grandmother's tools, had anyone else tried to help her? Her parents, Elias Blackburn, had tried to break the mirror. But what if they had tried something else, something in the house that they had tried to hide? I resolved to spend the entire day at the Blackburn place, not just in the master bedroom, but meticulously searching the entire house, top to bottom. I would treat it as an archaeological dig, looking for every hidden space, every unusual alteration, every possible clue. I drove to the house with a renewed sense of purpose. Today, I was going in with a clearer understanding of the forces at play. This was no longer just about Alara. It was about an ancient entity, a bound spirit trap, and the desperate efforts of a family to fight it. The house felt different today. It wasn't just cold or watchful. It felt hungry. A palpable sense of yearning, a heavy, oppressive energy that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air was thick still, and despite the bright morning sun, there was an unnatural gloom within. I started downstairs in the parlor. I went through every single book on the shelves, shaking them, feeling between the pages. Nothing. I felt along the baseboards, the moldings, the inside of the large, built-in cabinets. Again, nothing. I moved to the dining room, then the kitchen. Every cupboard, every pantry shelf, every loose board. Hours passed. My back ached, my fingers were smudged with dust and grime. The sun climbed higher, then began its slow descent. The only consistent cold spot remained around the mirror upstairs. I periodically checked the temperature with my infrared thermometer, still 58 degrees directly on the glass, while the rest of the room was a relatively warm 72 degrees. It was a constant drain, a power source for whatever was within. As late afternoon arrived and the house began to prepare for the onset of night, I found myself in Elia's and Martha Blackburn's old study, a small, dark room off the main hall downstairs. It was sparsely furnished, a heavy oak desk, a leather armchair, and a single, tall bookshelf built into the wall. The books were mostly ledgers, religious texts, and agricultural manuals, Elia's domain. I began to inspect the bookshelf. The shelves were packed tightly, but I noticed one particular shelf near the bottom where the books seemed to have been rearranged more recently than the others. I pulled out a thick, leather-bound Bible, then another ledger. Behind them, there was a slight gap. I ran my fingers along the back of the shelf. My heart leaped. There was a faint seam, a tiny crack in the wood. It wasn't part of the original construction. This was a hidden compartment. My hands trembled as I worked. I carefully pried at the seam with a small flathead screwdriver from my tool kit. With a faint click and a soft groan of old wood, a section of the bookshelf, perhaps a foot wide and 2 feet tall, swung inward. Behind it was a small, dark recess, barely big enough to hold 2 or 3 items. I reached in, my fingers brushing against something soft, then something hard. I pulled out the first item, a small, intricately carved wooden figurine. It was crudely but powerfully rendered, depicting a human figure, perhaps a woman, with exaggerated features, large eyes, and a slightly open mouth. It was made of a dark, heavy wood like the mirror's frame, but it felt much older, worn smooth by countless touches. It seemed to exude a strange, almost vibrant energy, a subtle warmth that was in stark contrast to the cold stone I carried in my box. The second item was a bundle of dried herbs, tied together with a length of rough twine. They were withered, brittle, their scent long faded, but I recognized some of them: rosemary, mugwort, and what looked like a sprig of yew. All had associations with protection, banishing, and connection to the spirit world in various folk traditions. And the third item, a short, thick iron spike. It was rusted, dull, but its point was still sharp. It felt heavy, cold, and somehow menacing. I laid the items on the desk, staring at them, my mind racing. Elias and Martha hadn't simply prayed. They had fought back. They had hidden these items, perhaps for their own protection or perhaps as a desperate measure to fight the entity. I picked up the figurine. It felt surprisingly warm in my hand, as if it held a residual life force. Was this a personal ward, a representation of a protective spirit? The dried herbs were clearly for banishing or protection, but the iron spike, that was unsettling. Iron was often used in folklore to ward off fae or spirits, but a spike like this suggested something more aggressive, more violent. Then my eyes fell on the books on the shelf, the ones that had been pulled out to reveal the compartment. The Bible, of course, but the other one was a large, heavy ledger. I opened it. It was Elias Blackburn's farm accounts, meticulous records of crops, livestock, and sales. But tucked inside the back cover, folded and brittle, was a single loose sheet of paper. It was Elias' handwriting, uneven, frantic, clearly written in distress. It was not a letter, but a series of disjointed notes, almost like a desperate prayer or a plea. May 5th, 1920. She is gone, the mirror took her. My Allura. Martha weeps constantly. I hear her. I see her in the glass. She begs for help, begs me to stop it. But how? How do I stop the ancient hunger? I have tried everything. The preacher came, blessed the house. The cold remains. The whispers grow louder. He knows nothing. He understands nothing. I remember Mama's words, the ground, the house. It has a life, a dark life. I found her things, the carving, the herbs, the iron. She used them against the shadows in her day, against the things that stirred in the woods. But this is different. This is inside, in the mirror. I have tried the iron to pierce it, to shatter it. It will not break. It is like stone, but it recoils from the iron. It weakens it, but only for a moment. Then it grows stronger again. It laughs at me. The carving, Mama said it binds the spirit to the land. I put it near the mirror. It felt agitated. The reflection rippled. It hated the carving. It fought against it, but it did not free her. It just kept her bound. The herbs, I burned them, smoked the room. The air grew thick. The whispers faded for a time, but then they returned, stronger. And Alara, she cried out from the mirror. It hurt her. It hurt her to try and cleanse the space. I am a broken man. I cannot save her. I cannot fight this thing. It is too old, too strong. It feeds on her light, her beauty, her hope, and it grows. I hear it whispering to me now, promising me I can join her, promising her peace. Lies, all lies. We must leave. Martha cannot bear it. I cannot bear it. But if we leave, it will take others. It will find another. I must find a way to stop it, to bind it for good, to sever its hunger. But how? The final entry was a desperate scrawl. It must be a permanent binding, a way to starve it, to sever the connection to its source. The hidden compartment in Elia's notes confirmed everything. The mirror was an ancient trap containing a malevolent entity. Alara was caught in it. Elias had tried to use his mother's folk magic to fight it, but it hadn't worked. In fact, some of his attempts had caused Alara pain. And the most terrifying part, Elias feared it would find others if they left. My mind raced. The carving binds the spirit to the land. The iron weakens it. The herbs agitate it but also hurt Alara. Elias' ultimate goal was a permanent binding, a way to starve it, to sever the connection to its source. The source, Mrs. Gable's mother's words echoed, built on ground where something old and bad had been buried. That was the connection. The entity in the mirror was somehow linked to the very land, to something ancient and malevolent buried beneath the house. This wasn't just about freeing Alara, it was about severing the connection to its source. My mind raced. The carving binds the spirit to the land. The iron weakens it. The herbs agitate it but also hurt Alara. Elia's ultimate goal was a permanent binding, a way to starve it, to sever the connection to its source. The source, Mrs. Gable's mother's words echoed, built on ground where something old and bad had been buried. That was the connection. The entity in the mirror was somehow linked to the very land, to something ancient and malevolent buried beneath the house. This wasn't just about freeing Alara. It was about severing the link to this source, to whatever ancient evil rooted itself beneath the Blackburn home. Elias, in his desperation, had glimpsed the true nature of the horror they faced. He understood that the mirror was merely a symptom, a conduit, but not the root cause. The hunger came from the ground itself. I carefully placed Elia's frantic notes back inside the ledger, then closed the hidden compartment, the faint click echoing in the profound silence of the study. I picked up the wooden figurine, the bundle of dried herbs, and the iron spike, adding them to the collection of items in Alara's box. Each object felt heavy with history, with failed hope, and with the desperate courage of a family caught in a nightmare. I needed to analyze everything I had learned, to synthesize these fragments of history and folklore into a coherent plan. This would require more than just a historian's approach. It would demand a strategist's mind, a willingness to delve into the esoteric, and a measure of sheer bravery I wasn't sure I possessed. The sun had fully set by now. The house was a cavern of shadows, the gloom deepening with every passing moment. I could feel the malevolence radiating from the upstairs room, from the mirror, a heavy, almost tangible pressure on the air. It felt as if the house itself was breathing, its exhalations cold and predatory. I locked up the Blackburn place, the familiar creak of the door and the firm click of the deadbolt doing little to ease the feeling of being watched. The drive back to Willow Creek was a blur of frantic thoughts, my mind racing through Elias' notes, Alara's diary, and the chilling words of Mrs. Gable's mother. Back at my cabin, I dumped my backpack on the kitchen table, pulling out Alara's box and Elias' discovered artifacts. The small cabin, usually a comfort, now felt like a fragile bubble against an encroaching darkness. I turned on every light, pushing back against the shadows that seemed to cling to the edges of my vision. I arranged the objects on the table, the silver locket, the dried crimson flower, the dark, obsidian-like stone, Alara's diary, the intricately carved wooden figurine, the bundle of faded herbs, and the rusted iron spike. Each piece was a puzzle, a clue, a weapon, or a shield. I opened Alara's diary first, rereading the final entries, paying particular attention to her last words. I found this box. Grandma used to say it had power, to protect, to ward off evil. I don't know if it will work, but I must try. The mirror, it showed me my own reflection, reaching out, pulling me in. I am afraid, so afraid. It comes for me tonight, I feel it. She had placed the protection items in the box, hoping to use them. Then I read Elias' notes again, comparing his experiences with the tools. The iron spike, it recoils from the iron. It weakens it, but only for a moment. This meant iron was effective, even if temporarily. It suggests the entity had a particular aversion to iron, a common trope in folklore for warding off malevolent spirits or fae. The carving figurine, Mama said it binds the spirit to the land. I put it near the mirror. It felt agitated. The reflection rippled. It hated the carving. It fought against it, but it did not free her. It just kept her bound. This was crucial. The carving bound a spirit to the land, but perhaps not the mirror entity itself, or not in the way Elias intended. It made the mirror entity agitated and hated it, suggesting it was antithetical to its nature. If it binds a spirit to the land, and the mirror entity draws its power from the land, then this carving could potentially sever or weaken that connection. The herbs rosemary, mugwort, I burned them, smoked the room. The air grew thick. The whispers faded for a time, but then they returned, stronger. And Alara, she cried out from the mirror. It hurt her. It hurt her to try and cleanse the space. This was a dilemma. Cleansing might work against the entity, but it caused Alara pain. This meant any approach had to be precise, careful not to harm Alara further. The dark stone, Alara believed it offered protection and warded off evil. Elias didn't mention it, perhaps unaware of its specific properties or unwilling to touch it. This stone, paired with the locket and dried flower, was Alara's last hope. And then there was the dried flower. It was a faded crimson, almost black now, and it had been tucked within Alara's diary. I remembered my earlier research into dried red roses in folk magic, symbolizing enduring love or protection. Could this flower represent something else, a connection? I pulled out my laptop, my internet connection still frustratingly slow and intermittent. I needed to refine my understanding of Elder Futhark variant and warding sigils. I searched for specific combinations of symbols, trying to find exact matches to those on the mirror frame. I found more academic papers, more forums, delving deeper into Norse and Germanic pagan practices, into old European folk magic. The hours blurred into the pre-dawn light. I learned about glamour mirrors, which could deceive and trap. I learned about soul traps, objects designed to capture and contain a living soul, often inscribed with specific runes or symbols. The Blackburn mirror, with its ancient carvings and malevolent history, fit the description of a soul trap almost perfectly. The symbols on the frame I finally began to decipher were a mix of runes with dual meanings, some for binding, some for protection, but others for drawing in and sustaining. It wasn't just a trap, it was a mechanism designed to attract and then drain. A spiritual battery, perhaps, and Alara was the power source. This meant the mirror entity wasn't just a spirit that lived in the mirror. It was the mirror, or at least inextricably linked to it, a parasitic construct that fed on the life force of those it ensnared. Elia's words, "It feeds on her light, her beauty, her hope," resonated with terrifying clarity. My next focus was the bad ground and the hunger of the house. I researched local history, not just Willow Creek, but the broader Appalachian region. I looked for stories of ancient spirits, territorial entities, things that predated European settlement. Mrs. Gable's mother's mention of old Indian burial ground, or where a witch was hanged, was specific. I found vague mentions of mountain spirits and old ones in Cherokee folklore, territorial deities or elemental beings associated with specific natural features, peaks, caves, springs. Some were benevolent, some neutral, some fiercely protective or even malevolent if disturbed. If the Blackburn house was built on such a site, it would explain the hunger and the entity's deep connection to the land. This also suggested a multi-layered problem, not just the mirror, but the land itself. The mirror entity was drawing power from the land, which was already imbued with something ancient and dark. Freeing Alara might require severing both connections, to the mirror and to its land-based power source. As the sun rose, painting the eastern sky in fiery hues, I felt a new wave of fear. This was far more complex and dangerous than I had initially imagined. I wasn't dealing with a simple ghost. I was dealing with an ancient, powerful, and utterly malevolent force that had existed long before the Blackburns, merely using their mirror as a convenient tool. I took a deep breath, pushing down the fear. Alara's desperate plea echoed in my mind. I had to help her. I started to formulate a plan, combining the elements I had gathered. Objective: free Alara Blackburn and sever the entity's connection to the house land. Tools and their potential uses. 1. Alara's diary provides insights, her voice, her emotional state. 2. Locket, personal item, could act as an anchor to her identity. 3. Dried flower, unknown purpose, perhaps a symbolic connection or a forgotten charm. 4. Dark stone, protection warding, could be used to create a safe zone or to weaken the entity. 5. Wooden figurine, binds the spirit to the land, could be used to sever the entity's land connection or to bind it specifically. Elias said it agitated the entity. 6. Dried herbs, rosemary, mugwort yew, banishing cleansing, potentially useful but cautiously as they hurt Alara. 7. Iron spike, weakens the entity, could be used to disrupt its energy or to provide a temporary shield. I decided my next step was to return to the Blackburn place, but with a more direct, experimental approach. I needed to test the effects of these items on the mirror and on Alara's manifestations. I would be meticulous, documenting everything, just as any scientist or historian would. Before I left, I made sure to prepare myself both mentally and physically. I ate a substantial breakfast, packed a bag with water, snacks, my camera, notebook, thermometer, and critically, the box containing all the artifacts. I also added a powerful flashlight and a compass just in case. And more for psychological comfort than anything else, I tucked a small silver cross into my pocket, a childhood memento, a symbol of protection, though I was no longer a believer. The drive to the Blackburn place was shorter today. The air in the mountains was crisp, the sky a brilliant blue, but the house itself still cast a long, dark shadow. It felt like a wound on the landscape, a place where something had gone terribly wrong and never healed. I parked, took a deep breath, and stepped out. The house loomed, silent and watchful. I could almost feel Alara's presence, a faint, sad echo drawing me in. I entered the house, the familiar chill washing over me, but today it felt different, more charged, more aware. It was as if the entity knew I was coming, knew I was armed with knowledge, and was preparing for a confrontation. I went directly to the master bedroom. The mirror stood, a dark sentinel. Its coldness was palpable, radiating into the room. The temperature reading on my infrared thermometer confirmed it, 58 degrees directly on the glass. I placed Elias' ledger and Alara's diary on the dresser. I needed them as a reference. Then, I carefully removed the artifacts from the box, arranging them on the floor in front of the mirror. "Lilara," I whispered, my voice clear and steady despite the tremor in my hands. "I'm here. I'm going to try and help you." I decided to start with the item that seemed to cause the most discomfort to the entity without directly harming Alara, according to Elias' notes, the wooden figurine. Elias said this carving binds spirits to the land, I murmured, more to myself than to Alara as I picked up the figurine, and that it agitated whatever is in the mirror. I approached the mirror, holding the figurine outstretched. As I moved closer, the cold intensified, and I felt a strange vibration in the air, a subtle hum that seemed to emanate from the glass itself. The reflection of the room in the mirror began to ripple, like water disturbed by an unseen force. I held the figurine directly in front of the mirror, about a foot away from the surface. The distortion in the reflection grew more violent, shimmering and swirling. The temperature on the glass dropped a further 2 degrees to 56 degrees F. It was a tangible reaction. Then the ghostly form of Alara began to coalesce within the mirror, her face a mask of fear. But this time, her fear wasn't directed at me. It was directed at the figurine. Her translucent hands pressed against the glass, her mouth open in a silent scream. I immediately pulled the figurine back. Alara's image faded, the mirror's reflection gradually stabilizing. "No, Alara," I said, my voice filled with dismay. "I don't want to hurt you." This was a setback. The figurine, intended to fight the entity, also caused Alara distress. This meant the binding or agitating effect wasn't cleanly separating the entity from Alara. They were too intertwined. I took a moment rereading Elias' notes about the carving. It hated the carving. It fought against it, but it did not free her. It just kept her bound. This suggested the carving was acting against the entity, but because Alara was within the entity's sphere of influence, the mirror, she suffered the backlash. This called for a different approach. I needed to isolate Alara, or at least provide her with a shield before directly attacking the entity. My eyes fell on the dark stone Alara had believed was for protection and warding off evil. I picked up the stone. It felt smooth and cold in my palm, a comforting weight. Ilara, I said, holding the stone, your grandmother's stone. You believed it protected you. I held the stone out towards the mirror. As I did, the cold spot around the mirror seemed to shrink. The temperature on the glass rose by a degree to 57 degrees F, and the air around it felt slightly less frigid. This was a subtle but definite change. I didn't see Alara's image, but I felt a subtle lessening of the oppressive energy in the room, as if the stone was indeed pushing back, creating a tiny pocket of resistance. This was promising. If the stone could weaken the entity's influence, even slightly, it might provide Alara with a measure of relief or a momentary shield. I decided to combine the stone with another item, the iron spike. Elias had noted, it recoils from the iron, it weakens it, but only for a moment. I picked up the rusted iron spike. It felt heavy and crude. I held the dark stone in my left hand and the iron spike in my right, standing before the mirror. Lilara, I said, my voice gaining a new resolve. We're going to try something different, a shield than a strike. I held the dark stone aloft, then the iron spike, approaching the mirror cautiously. As I brought the spike closer, the temperature on the glass plummeted again to 54 degrees F. This was a stronger reaction than the stone alone. The reflection distorted once more, wavering and blurring. This time, no image of Alara appeared, but the air felt charged, thick with an unseen presence. The entity was reacting strongly to the iron. Yelias said it hated the iron, I whispered. It weakens it. I carefully, slowly, pressed the blunt end of the iron spike against the bottom edge of the mirror's frame, just below the glass. I didn't try to pierce it. I merely applied pressure, making contact. As the iron touched the wood, a faint, high-pitched whine, barely audible, seemed to emanate from the mirror. The glass shimmered violently, and the distortion within became a swirling vortex of shadow and pale light. The entire room grew impossibly cold, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Then from within the mirror I saw her, Ilara's spectral form, not fearful this time, but writhing as if in agony. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. But this time the scream was directed not at me or the iron, but at something unseen behind her, within the distorted depths of the mirror. And the sound was different, not whispers, but a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards, echoing from the mirror. It was deep, primal, and utterly malevolent. The entity was roaring its displeasure. I immediately pulled the iron spike away, my hand trembling. The growl subsided, the distortion lessened, and Alara's image, pale and tormented, faded back into the dark glass. The overwhelming cold receded slightly, replaced by the usual 58 degrees F. This was a brutal dance. The tools affected the entity, but Alara was still too entangled. I couldn't use them without hurting her. I sat down heavily on the floor, my mind reeling. What was I missing? Elias' notes mentioned a permanent binding, a way to starve it, to sever the connection to its source. If the carving bound things to the land, and the entity drew from the land, how could I use the carving without causing Alara pain? Then it hit me, the carving binds the spirit to the land. Elias had tried to put it near the mirror to fight the entity. But what if the carving wasn't meant to fight the entity in the mirror, but to fight the source on the land? What if the carving needed to be placed at the source? And what was the source, the bad ground? Mrs. Gable's mother's words. An old Indian burial ground, some said, or maybe a place where a witch was hanged back in the colonial days. Elias had also said, Mama said it binds the spirit to the land. This suggested a powerful, localized binding. I needed to find the exact location of this bad ground. This meant an archaeological approach. I needed to investigate the area around the house. I looked down at the dried flower. It was the only item Alara herself had placed in the box, aside from her diary, whose purpose was entirely unknown. The locket had portraits, but no Alara. The stone was for protection, but the flower. I picked up the faded crimson bloom. Its petals were brittle, almost black with age. I remembered my research. Dried red roses could symbolize enduring love or protection. But what if it was a memento, a specific memory? I carefully opened Alara's diary again, rereading every single entry, looking for any mention of a specific flower, a specific gift, a specific memory tied to a location. And then I found it, an entry from June 15, 1919, a few months before the mirror's arrival. June 15, 1919. Spent the day with Papa by the old oak. He was teaching me to identify the different trees. I loved the smell of the forest floor, the dappled sunlight. Near the ancient oak where the spring bubbles up, Mama planted her wild roses years ago. They are blooming now, a beautiful deep crimson. I picked one, the prettiest, and pressed it into my favorite book. A memory of a perfect day of home, of the peace these mountains sometimes offer. I wish I could capture this feeling forever. The old oak, the spring, Mama's wild roses, a beautiful deep crimson. It matched the flower perfectly, and Alara had pressed it into her favorite book, which was this very diary. This wasn't just a flower. It was a cherished memory, a symbol of a time of peace, a connection to a specific, beloved place on the Blackburn land, the old oak and where the spring bubbles up. This was a natural landmark, potentially a sacred site, or at least a place of power. Could that be the source, the spring, a life source now corrupted by the bad ground beneath, or the old oak, a symbol of life and endurance, perhaps marked by the entity's presence? I remembered Mrs. Gable's mother's story. Said that house, it had a hunger. Said the family built it on ground where something old and bad had been buried. The proximity of a natural spring, an ancient oak, and a potential burial ground or execution site all coalesced into a single, terrifying possibility. The house wasn't just near the source, it was on it. I gathered the artifacts, placing them back in the box. I needed to investigate outside. I needed to find the old oak, the spring, and look for any signs of the bad ground. I headed downstairs, the light from the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows through the windows. The house felt like a labyrinth, each room a potential trap. I knew the property extended back into the woods, towards a small creek that fed into Willow Creek proper. I stepped out of the house, taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air. The contrast with the oppressive atmosphere inside was stark. The sun was dipping below the mountain peaks, bathing the sky in hues of orange and purple. I walked around the perimeter of the house, scanning the ground. The land immediately around the house was overgrown, choked with weeds and thorny bushes, but there were no obvious anomalies. No sinkholes, no strange mounds, nothing to suggest a specific burial site or ancient ritual ground. I pulled out the faded blueprint of the house and land, which I had cataloged on my first visit. It showed the original property lines and a faint, hand-drawn circle near the back of the property, labeled simply, old oak and spring. It was about 100 yards behind the house, nestled close to the tree line that marked the edge of the deeper woods. "This is it," I whispered, a shiver running down my spine. "The sacred spot, the source." I started walking towards the tree line, pushing through thorny brambles and tall weeds. The ground was uneven, rising gently towards the woods. As I got closer, the air grew noticeably colder, even outside, away from the mirror. A raw, earthy chill, distinct from the mountain air. And then I saw it, a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal arms. Its bark was deeply furrowed, scarred by centuries of weather and time. It was truly magnificent and undeniably ancient. At its base, moss-covered stones marked the presence of a small, trickling spring, its water clear and cold. This was the place Alara had described, her place of peace. But now it felt wrong. The air around the oak was heavy, stagnant, and impossibly cold, even colder than the air around the mirror inside the house. The temperature gauge read 50 degrees F, significantly lower than the surrounding outside air, which was a comfortable 65 degrees F. This was the true cold spot. This was the heart of the hunger. And then I saw it, embedded in the ground at the base of the oak, almost completely swallowed by moss and earth, was a small, crudely carved stone marker. It was barely visible, just a few inches tall, but its shape was distinctive. It wasn't a headstone. It was more like a small, flat tablet, with faint, almost illegible symbols carved into its surface. They looked disturbingly similar to some of the more archaic symbols I'd glimpsed on the mirror frame, a simpler, more primal version. I knelt, brushing away the moss and dirt. The stone was dark, almost black, and felt unnaturally cold, even through my gloves. It radiated the same profound chill as the dark stone in Alara's box. This was it, the burial marker, the witch's stone, the ancient marker. This was the bad ground, the source. My mind raced back to Elia's notes, the carving. Mama said it binds the spirit to the land, and his desire for a permanent binding, to sever the connection to its source. The wooden figurine, it was meant to bind a spirit to the land. If I placed it here at the true source, perhaps it would bind the malevolent entity to this specific spot, severing its wider influence over the house and, crucially, its connection to the mirror. This could be the permanent binding Elias had sought. But there was a risk. Elias had tried the carving, and it had caused Alara pain. If the entity was rooted here, and Alara was trapped in the mirror, which was feeding on her, then binding the entity at its source might still cause Alara distress, or even worse. I opened Alara's box, removing the wooden figurine and the dark stone. The dark stone was for protection. I needed to protect Alara during this process. A new idea sparked in my mind. What if the dark stone, Alara's protection, could be used to create a shield, to temporarily separate her from the entity's immediate influence within the mirror, while I performed the binding at the source? It was a long shot, a desperate gamble based on folklore and fragments of diaries, but it was the only lead I had. I knew I couldn't do this now. Night was falling, and I needed light, time, and a clear head. I carefully covered the stone marker at the base of the oak, trying to conceal it again. I would return tomorrow at dawn to perform this ritual. As I walked back towards the house, the ancient oak seemed to watch me, its dark branches silhouetted against the deepening twilight. The cold radiated from it like a physical force. The house, in turn, felt almost expectant. Back in my cabin, I spread out all the artifacts once more. I needed to refine the ritual, to plan every step. The plan, Draft 1. 1. Preparation. Return to the Blackburn place at dawn. Bring all artifacts. 2. Shielding Ilara. Take the dark stone and Ilara's locket and the dried flower. Place them directly on the mirror. The stone for protection, the locket and flower as a personal anchor for Ilara, to remind the entity that she is a soul, not just sustenance. 3. The binding. Go to the ancient oak and spring. Uncover the stone marker. Place the wooden figurine directly on the marker, intending to bind the malevolent entity to this specific location, severing its power from the wider land and the mirror. 4. Disruption/reinforcement. Bring the iron spike. If the binding at the oak stirs the entity in the mirror, I might need to briefly use the iron spike to disrupt its energy, but only after Ilara is somewhat shielded. 5. Cleansing optional cautionary. The herbs caused Ilara pain. Use only as a last resort if the entity remains after binding, and only if Ilara is visibly safe. This plan felt incredibly fragile, built on conjecture and ancient superstitions, but it was all I had. The stakes were Ilara's trapped soul and potentially my own. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night researching more about folk rituals for binding spirits, protective charms, and the specific properties of the herbs and materials I had. I tried to find any cautionary tales about severing a spiritual connection to the land, or any dangers to the person performing the ritual. The information was fragmented, often contradictory, but a recurring theme was the importance of clear intent and the danger of inadvertently taking on the entity's energy or wrath. I learned that iron could sometimes disrupt a binding if improperly used, but if it was used against a spirit that hated iron, it could temporarily weaken it. The wooden carving, if it truly bound spirits, needed to be placed with careful intent. I focused on the idea of binding the malevolent entity to the bad ground, not merely on it, effectively sealing it there. As the first sliver of dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in soft hues of gray and rose, I felt a strange mix of terror and grim determination. Today was the day. I was going to face an ancient evil, not just as a historian, but as an active participant in a battle for a century-lost soul. I packed my backpack, making sure all the artifacts were secured. I also grabbed a small shovel, just in case the stone marker at the oak was more deeply buried than I thought. I double-checked my camera and thermometer. The drive to the Blackburn place was silent, my hands gripping the steering wheel. The world outside seemed oblivious to the ancient drama I was about to step into. I parked the car, the house looming silent and dark against the lightening sky. A thin mist clung to the ground, giving the entire property an ethereal, otherworldly feel. I got out, the cold morning air biting at my cheeks. The house stood like a tomb, guarding its secrets and its prisoner. I walked towards the front door, the silence profound. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves, just the pounding of my own heart. I unlocked the door, the click echoing loudly in the stillness, and stepped inside. The cold was immediate and pervasive, a clammy embrace that seemed to seep into my very bones. It was worse than before, a deep, pervasive chill that indicated the entity was aware, and perhaps agitated. I went straight to the master bedroom. The mirror was a vast, dark expanse against the wall, reflecting the pale dawn light filtering through the windows. It seemed to hum with a low, silent energy, a watchful, malevolent presence. The temperature on its surface was a chilling 52 degrees F, even lower than yesterday. I carefully removed Ilara's locket, the dried crimson flower, and the dark stone from the box. Ilara, I whispered, my voice barely audible in the frigid air. I'm going to try to shield you first. I'm going to put these items on the mirror. Your locket, your flower, and your grandmother's protective stone. I approached the mirror, feeling the full force of the entity's oppressive cold. I gently placed the dark stone directly onto the glass, just above the dust line I'd cleaned. The glass shivered faintly, and the cold spot, for a brief moment, seemed to shrink back a fraction. Next, I placed the silver locket next to the stone. As it touched the glass, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible warmth against my fingers, a fleeting spark of human connection in the overwhelming chill. Finally, I laid the dried crimson flower on the glass, just beneath the locket. As the delicate, brittle petals made contact, a faint, sweet, ghostly scent of roses seemed to bloom in the frigid air, then dissipate as quickly as it had come. It was Ilara's memory, her peace briefly manifesting. The reflection in the mirror remained stable. No distortion, no appearance of Ilara. This was a good sign. Perhaps the items were indeed acting as a temporary shield, a disruption to the entity's direct hold on her. Hold on, Ilara, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I'm going to the source now. I picked up the wooden figurine and the shovel. I took a deep breath and left the room, carefully backing out, my eyes fixed on the mirror until I was through the doorway. Downstairs, the house felt a little less oppressive, as if some of the entity's attention was now held by the items on the mirror. I walked quickly through the house, out the back door, and towards the ancient oak. The mist was heavier here, swirling around the base of the massive tree. The cold was profound, a damp, earthy chill that seemed to emanate directly from the ground. I could see the subtle indentation of the stone marker where I had covered it yesterday. I knelt, pushing aside the moss and dirt with my hands, then carefully clearing the soil with the small shovel. The dark, crudely carved stone marker was fully revealed. Its symbols, though ancient and worn, seemed to pulse with a faint, malevolent energy, a silent testament to its dark purpose. This was truly the heart of the bad ground, the place where the entity drew its enduring power. I took a deep, shuddering breath. This was the moment, the decisive action. I held the wooden figurine in my hand. It felt surprisingly warm now, a small counterpoint to the pervasive cold. I focused my intent, drawing on every ounce of will and understanding I possessed. Ancient entity, I murmured, my voice raspy but firm. I come to sever your hold, to bind you to this ground where you belong. You will no longer feed. You will no longer torment. I carefully placed the wooden figurine directly onto the stone marker, pressing it down firmly, feeling the cold, ancient stone beneath it. As the figurine made contact, the ground around the oak seemed to shudder. A low, guttural rumble, far deeper and more primal than the growl I had heard from the mirror, vibrated up through the earth, shaking the very roots of the ancient tree. The mist around me began to swirl violently, forming ghostly shapes that writhed and twisted, momentarily coalescing into indistinct, shadowy figures at the edge of my vision. The cold intensified, becoming a piercing, agonizing ache that permeated every inch of my body. It felt like invisible hands were trying to pull me down, to drag me into the earth. I staggered but held my ground, my eyes fixed on the figurine now resting on the stone marker, the ancient oak. I held my breath, every muscle tense, my gaze locked on the small wooden figurine. The low rumble from the earth intensified, a deep, resonant groan that shook the ground beneath my feet. The ancient oak, a silent witness for centuries, now seemed to twist and writhe, its massive branches swaying violently even though there was no wind. The swirling mist around me coalesced further, no longer just indistinct shapes, but clear, dark figures, tall and gaunt, their forms like distortions in the very fabric of reality. They pressed in, silent and menacing, their presence a suffocating weight. The cold was unbearable, a sharp, biting agony that pierced my bones, draining the warmth from my core. I could feel my own life force, my energy, being pulled, a raw, primal hunger reaching out from the earth itself. A sudden, sharp crack rent the air, not from the earth, but from above. I flinched, looking up. One of the gnarled branches of the ancient oak, thick as a man's torso, groaned and splintered, tearing free from the trunk with a sound like tortured timber. It crashed to the ground nearby, narrowly missing me, sending splinters and leaves flying. The entity was fighting back, twisting its own source, its own anchor, in a desperate attempt to dislodge the binding. I clutched the shovel handle, my knuckles white, a desperate anchor in the maelstrom. My body screamed for me to flee, to run from this primeval horror, but Alara's face, her silent plea, flashed in my mind. I had to hold. I had to complete this. The shadowy figures surged closer, their forms becoming more defined, though still indistinct, like shadows cast by an invisible, malevolent light. I felt their cold touch, a sensation like icy fingers raking across my skin, a violation that left me gasping. Whispers, not the plaintive sorrow of Alara, but harsh, guttural sounds, primal and alien, filled my ears, twisting into a cacophony of ancient hatred. They tried to break my focus, to flood my mind with fear, to make me doubt. Fool mortal, you cannot sever what is eternal. She is ours, her light feeds us, her hope sustains us. You will join her, another morsel for the hunger. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, steeling myself. No, I yelled, my voice hoarse, barely audible above the growing tumult. You will not, you are bound, you are severed. When I opened my eyes, the scene before me was even more chaotic. The earth around the stone marker was heaving, as if something vast and angry was struggling beneath the surface. The ground split in several places, shallow fissures opening and closing with terrifying speed. The wooden figurine, however, remained in place, still pressed against the dark, ancient stone marker. It seemed to glow with a faint, inner light, holding fast against the surging darkness. The shadowy figures, instead of breaking through, seemed to recoil, their forms flickering and writhing as if in pain. The guttural whispers turned to shrieks of rage and frustration. The entity was experiencing immense pressure, its connection to the land being forcefully redirected, drawn back to this single point. The sheer effort of holding my ground against this invisible, malevolent force was immense. My head pounded, my vision swam, and my body felt like it was tearing apart. But I held my gaze on the figurine, on the symbol of binding, willing it to hold, to take root, to sever. Then with a final, desperate heave, the ground around the stone marker bucked violently, and a burst of dark, acrid smoke erupted from the earth, smelling of rot and ancient graves. The swirling mist dissipated instantly, sucked back into the ground. The shadowy figures vanished, shrieking, swallowed by the darkness. The earth ceased its rumbling. The ancient oak stilled, its remaining branches once more motionless against the dawn sky. The silence that followed was absolute, profound, almost deafening after the cacophony. The pervasive cold remained, clinging to the oak and the stone marker, but it was no longer the active, malevolent cold of the entity. It was the cold of a tomb, a residual chill, a memory of darkness. The air, though still heavy, no longer felt predatory. I stood there, trembling, gasping for breath, my muscles aching, my head throbbing. My heart pounded against my ribs like a trapped bird. My entire body felt weak, drained, but I was alive. And the wooden figurine remained on the stone marker, now seeming to radiate a steady, unwavering warmth, a quiet strength that defied the residual cold around it. It was done. The binding was complete. The entity's wider connection to the land was severed. It was localized, contained, sealed at its source. Or so I hoped. I staggered, my legs barely supporting me, and slowly turned, looking back towards the house. It stood silent and still, a dark silhouette against the strengthening dawn. Was Alara free? Had my desperate gamble worked? Or had I simply condemned her to a different, perhaps worse fate? I started to walk, stumbling at first, my body protesting every movement. Each step was an effort, but a sense of urgent dread spurred me on. I had to know. As I approached the house, the cold still clung to the air, but it felt different, less intense than before. The oppressive, watchful presence was diminished, replaced by a hollow echo, like a vast hunger that had suddenly been silenced. I pushed open the back door, its familiar creak a comfort in the unnatural quiet. The interior of the house was still dim, caught between night and dawn, but the suffocating darkness had lifted. I could breathe more easily. I moved through the downstairs, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. The oppressive weight, the feeling of something ancient and malevolent observing me, was gone. It was replaced by a profound emptiness, a vacuum where something immense had once resided. The cold was still there, a general chill that permeated the old house, but it was no longer the piercing, bone-deep cold of the entity. I climbed the stairs, my heart thumping against my ribs. The master bedroom door was ajar. I pushed it open slowly, hesitantly, peering inside. The room was bathed in the pale light of the rising sun, which streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The mirror stood on the far wall, a vast, reflective surface. And on the mirror, still in place, were Alara's locket, the dried crimson flower, and the dark stone. They seemed to shimmer faintly in the morning light, like talismans that had done their work. I approached cautiously, my eyes fixed on the glass. There was no distortion now, no rippling reflection. The mirror was still, reflecting the empty room, the dresser, the windows, just a mirror. A normal, old, ornate mirror. I reached out, my infrared thermometer in hand. I pointed it at the glass. The reading was 68 degrees F. The oppressive cold spot was gone. The mirror was now the same temperature as the rest of the room. My breath hitched in my throat. It worked. The binding worked. But where was Alara? I stared at the mirror, willing her to appear, to give me a sign. I had hoped for her release, for a final glimpse, a wave, a thank you. But there was nothing. Only my own reflection stared back, pale and exhausted, framed by the ornate wood. A profound sadness washed over me, mingling with the relief. Had she simply faded? Had the binding, by severing the entity's power, also severed her last connection to this world? Had I truly freed her, or simply extinguished her last lingering presence? My eyes fell on the items still clinging to the mirror. The dark stone, the locket, the dried flower. They felt inert now, their magical charge spent, their purpose fulfilled. I carefully peeled them from the glass, one by one. The locket was cold in my hand, its silver dulled. The dried flower was even more fragile, its crimson petals now almost black. The dark stone felt heavy, but without the subtle pulse of energy it had held before. As I took the last item, the dark stone, from the mirror's surface, I heard it. A faint whisper, like the rustle of dry leaves, soft and fleeting, but undeniably there. Thank you. It was Alara's voice, not her sorrowful plea, not her cry of terror, but a soft, gentle whisper filled with a profound sense of peace and relief. It came not from the mirror, but from the air around me, seeming to envelop me in a brief, ethereal embrace. And then it was gone. The room was silent once more, but this time the silence was different. It was not the oppressive, watchful silence of the entity, nor the profound emptiness that followed the binding. It was a peaceful silence, a quiet stillness that settled over the room like a benediction. The house, for the first time in a century, felt clean. It felt empty, yes, but empty of malice, empty of hunger. Alara was free, truly free. I sank to the floor, leaning against the dresser, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion and emotion. Tears stung my eyes, tears of relief, of joy, and a lingering sadness for the young woman who had suffered for so long. A century of torment, ended by a wooden carving, a dark stone, and a single act of courage. I sat there for a long time, letting the quiet peace of the house wash over me. The rising sun filled the room with golden light, chasing away the last vestiges of gloom. The dust motes still danced, but they no longer seemed haunted. Eventually I stood up, my body still aching, but my spirit soaring. I carefully placed the locket, the dried flower, and the dark stone back into Alara's wooden box. Her diary, open on the dresser, seemed to radiate a faint glow of peace now, its words no longer a desperate plea, but a testament to a life regained. I gathered Elia's ledger and notes, placing them back in the hidden compartment in the study downstairs, securing the shelf once more. These were stories now, historical records of a dark chapter, but no longer living nightmares. The wooden figurine, still out at the oak, was the anchor, the permanent binding. I wouldn't retrieve it. It needed to remain there, doing its work, sealing the ancient evil. I spent the rest of the day in a haze of accomplishment and weariness. I tidied the house, not as a cataloger, but as a caretaker. I opened windows, letting in fresh air and sunlight. The oppressive chill was gone, replaced by the natural coolness of an old, unused house. The hunger was gone. Before leaving, I went back to the ancient oak. The figurine was still there, firm on the stone marker, now radiating a subtle, steady warmth that pushed back against the lingering cold in the immediate vicinity of the marker. The air around the oak was still cooler than the surrounding forest, a localized microclimate of lingering malevolence, but it was inert, contained. The ground was no longer heaving. The fissures had sealed. The oak stood proud, though scarred by the broken branch. It was truly bound. I returned to my cabin that evening, utterly spent, but with a profound sense of peace. The wooden box, now containing only Alara's diary, the locket, the flower, and the dark stone, felt lighter. Her story was complete. Her soul was at rest. The next few days were a blur of paperwork, detailing the completion of the inventory and the sale of the Blackburn property. I presented my findings to the Historical Society, omitting, of course, the supernatural elements. I reported the house as having been successfully catalogued and now ready for sale. The mirror, I noted, was an antique of significant value and should be carefully preserved. I didn't mention its true nature. Let the next owner decide its fate, or let it simply be a beautiful, old object. The entity was bound. Alara was free. I kept Alara's diary, the locket, the dried flower, and the dark stone. They were not for sale, not for public display. They were a testament, a secret history, a tangible connection to a soul I had helped set free. I placed them in a small, locked drawer in my desk, a private archive. Weeks passed, life returned to its normal rhythm. I continued my work, researching local histories, cataloging old houses, but the experience at the Blackburn place had changed me. I saw the world differently. The thin veil between the mundane and the mysterious was now very real to me. I was no longer just a historian of the past. I was a witness to forces beyond human comprehension. One crisp autumn morning, a month after the events at the Blackburn house, I received a call from Mrs. Gable. Her voice was cheerful, excited. "Oh, Mr. Jensen, I have wonderful news. The Blackburn house sold. And so quickly, too. A nice young couple from out of state, looking for a quiet place in the mountains. And they just love the old mirror in the master bedroom, said it has such character." My stomach clenched. I managed a polite congratulations, a feigned smile in my voice. Part of me wanted to warn them, to tell them the truth, but what would I say? By the way, there was an ancient evil bound to the land and a soul trapped in your mirror, but I fixed it mostly. They would think I was insane, and the entity was bound. The mirror was just a mirror now. Right. I drove by the Blackburn place a few days later on a pretext of checking some historical markers in the vicinity. A new mailbox stood at the end of the driveway, freshly painted. There were new curtains in the windows, a welcome mat on the porch. The house looked lived in, cared for. It had lost its oppressive, foreboding aura. It simply looked like a grand, old house. I drove by the ancient oak, too. The broken branch had been cleared. The area around the stone marker was still overgrown, untouched. The air felt still, quiet. The figurine was doing its work. The cold was a lingering memory, but the hunger was gone. I returned to my work, trying to push the Blackburn house out of my mind, but it haunted me. The whisper of thank you, the image of Alara's peaceful fading, the lingering questions about the nature of such ancient evil. Then one evening, I was reviewing some old town records for a different project, specifically property deeds and local census data from the early 20th century. My gaze fell upon an entry, a small, handwritten note in the margin of a 1910 census record for the Blackburn family. It was almost illegible, but I recognized the looping script of an old town clerk I had previously encountered in my research, a man known for his gossipy annotations. The note simply said, "Blackburn Place built on old Proctor land. The Proctor girl, Mary, went missing there back in 1792, never found. Some say the woods took her. Others, old Proctor himself. Strange things about that land even then." Proctor land, Mary Proctor, 1792. My blood ran cold. Mrs. Gable's mother's words, where a witch was hanged back in the colonial days, or an old Indian burial ground. 1792 was firmly in the colonial era. The Proctor girl going missing, coupled with strange things about that land even then, fit the timeline and the ominous folklore. It wasn't just a general bad ground. It had a specific dark history, a specific event, a specific person. I felt a prickle of unease. The entity was bound, yes, but its origin was more precise than I had understood. This Proctor girl and her fate, whatever it was, had left a deep, indelible scar on the land. My binding had contained the entity, but had it truly satisfied it, or merely forced it into dormancy? A few more weeks passed without incident. I had almost convinced myself that the new owners of the Blackburn house were safe, that the entity was truly neutralized, and that Alara was definitively at peace. The memories of the ordeal had started to recede, becoming more like a vivid dream than a lived experience. Then the emails started. The first one was innocuous enough. An automated message from the Willow Creek Historical Society, forwarding a message from the new owners of the Blackburn property. It was from a Sarah and Mark Henderson, stating they were thrilled with the house and were settling in beautifully. They thanked the Historical Society for the preservation efforts and mentioned, in passing, how much they admired the antique mirror in the master bedroom. A pleasant, if slightly unsettling, confirmation of my earlier fears. The second email came a week later, directly from Sarah Henderson. It was a personal email, addressed to me as the lead historian on the property. Subject: Blackburn House, a quick question. Dear Mr. Jensen, hope you're doing well. Sarah Henderson here, new owner of the Blackburn House. Mark and I are absolutely loving it here in Willow Creek. The house is incredible, so much history. We've spent the last few weeks just exploring and getting things set up. I have a quick question for you, as someone so intimately familiar with the property. We've noticed something rather peculiar, and I thought perhaps you, with your historical knowledge, might have an explanation or might have encountered something similar during your time there. The master bedroom, particularly around the large, beautiful antique mirror, seems to always be a bit colder than the rest of the house. Nothing drastic, just a few degrees cooler. We thought it might be an old draft, but we've checked the windows and they seem fine. It's also not just cold, if that makes sense. It's a very particular kind of cold, almost a presence. We joke that the house has its own cold spot and perhaps a friendly ghost keeping us company. Anyway, just curious if you had any insights. We're very happy, don't worry. It's not bothering us, just intriguing. Best regards, Sarah Henderson. I stared at the email, my blood running cold, much colder than any draft. A cold spot around the mirror. A very particular kind of cold, almost a presence. My heart began to pound with a frantic rhythm. It couldn't be. I had bound the entity. I had severed its connection to the source. Ilara was free. Had I been wrong? Had the binding merely contained the source, but not entirely removed the entity's lingering presence from the mirror itself? Or worse, had the entity found a new, subtle way to feed, to manifest? I wrote a careful, non-committal reply, explaining that old houses often had peculiar temperature variations due, and that drafts could be tricky to locate. I suggested they get the windows and insulation checked professionally. I did not mention anything about ancient evils, trapped souls, or malevolent entities. I couldn't, not yet. But the seed of dread had been planted. Then 2 days later, another email arrived from Sarah. This one was shorter, more direct, and held a subtle undertone of unease that chilled me to the bone. Subject: Ray Blackburn House, follow-up question. Dear Mr. Jensen, thanks for your quick reply. We'll definitely look into the drafts and insulation. However, something else has come up, and now I'm genuinely quite curious. I know this might sound a bit silly, but I'm a bit of a dream enthusiast, and I've been having the most vivid dreams since we moved in. Nothing scary, just really specific. Lately, I've been dreaming of a young woman. She's always in an old-fashioned white dress, and she seems incredibly sad. She's often looking into a mirror, and sometimes she tries to reach out, as if asking for help. In my dreams, I always feel this overwhelming sense of sorrow and desperation coming from her. I've never seen her face clearly, but her eyes are always hauntingly sad. The strange thing is, she seems to be in the master bedroom of our house, or a very similar room, and I wake up feeling incredibly empathetic towards her. It's almost as if I know her. Have you, by any chance, encountered any stories or anecdotes about a previous female resident of the Blackburn house who might have been, well, unusually sad? Perhaps a tragic love story or something of that nature. just trying to make sense of these persistent dreams. Thanks again for your time, Zara. This email hit me like a physical blow. The dreams, the young woman in the white dress, the overwhelming sadness and desperation, looking into a mirror, reaching out for help. It was Alara. It had to be Alara. But if Alara was free, truly free, why was she still appearing in someone's dreams, still evoking sadness and a plea for help? Was her spirit restless? Or was she trying to communicate something to the new occupant, a warning? The cold spot, the sense of a presence, and now Alara's image in Sarah's dreams. This was not a coincidence. This was not a draft. This was a lingering effect, a profound continuation of the problem I thought I had solved. I had to return to the Blackburn house. I had to investigate. I called Sarah Henderson, feigning continued interest in the history of the house. I explained that I had just recalled some old, obscure family folklore related to the Blackburns, tales of romantic melancholy that might explain her dreams. I asked if I could drop by, perhaps with some old maps or family trees, to see if anything resonated with her dreams. She was delighted, inviting me over for coffee the following afternoon. The drive to the Blackburn place the next day felt different. The initial sense of foreboding I had experienced before the binding had returned, subtly, insidiously. The house no longer looked simply grand and old. It seemed to watch me with a quiet intensity, a hidden layer of meaning beneath its newly refreshed facade. The new curtains, the welcome mat, now felt like thin disguises over an enduring mystery. Sarah Henderson, a warm, energetic woman in her late 30s, greeted me at the door with a bright smile. Her husband, Mark, was out running errands. The interior of the house was cozy, filled with new furniture and personal touches, but a faint, almost imperceptible chill seemed to emanate from the upper floors. "Mr. Jensen, it's so lovely to finally meet you," she exclaimed, ushering me inside. "Thanks so much for coming. I'm so excited to hear about this folklore." I returned her smile, a practiced mask of historical curiosity. "Please call me Arthur, and it's my pleasure, Sarah. This house holds a remarkable history." As we talked, sitting in the newly redecorated downstairs parlor, I subtly observed her. She looked tired, her eyes a little shadowed, despite her cheerful demeanor. She was sensitive, empathetic, the perfect target for a lingering spirit, or perhaps the perfect conduit for Alara's final message. "So about those dreams," I began, steering the conversation. "You mentioned a young woman, a mirror, a sense of sadness." Sarah nodded, her expression growing serious. "Yes, exactly. It's been so vivid, Arthur, and it feels so real. Sometimes I wake up and I almost feel her emotions. It's not scary, but it's haunting." She paused, then added, "And the cold spot in the master bedroom is still there, too. We even tried closing off the vents, but it's not quite the same. It feels like the cold comes from the mirror itself." My heart hammered. "From the mirror itself," I repeated, my voice steady. "And the dreams, are they always the same? Always this sad young woman?" "Mostly," she said, frowning slightly. "But sometimes it's different, more shadowy. A very brief flicker of something dark, something menacing behind her. And then I wake up with a jolt, feeling completely drained." Shadowy, menacing, drained. This was not Alara. This was the entity. My binding hadn't been perfect. It had contained the entity at its source, yes, severing its vast connection to the land, but a fragment, a lingering echo of its power, or perhaps its very essence, was still attached to the mirror. And Alara, perhaps, was still an anchor, a tether to that fragment, or her freedom wasn't quite complete. Sarah, I said, leaning forward, my voice dropping slightly. This might sound unusual, but have you spent much time in the master bedroom, particularly around the mirror? Oh, all the time, she brightened. It's such a beautiful piece, and the light is lovely there in the mornings. I do my hair and makeup right in front of it, and Mark and I sleep in that room, of course. She was spending hours in its proximity. She was the new Alara, susceptible, sensitive, and now experiencing the initial, subtle manifestations of its renewed influence. The fragment, cut off from its primary source, was trying to re-establish a feed. Could I just have a quick look at the master bedroom and the mirror again? I asked, affecting a casual air. Sometimes the context of the room can spark a memory about architectural details related to the folklore. Of course, Arthur, she said, delighted to have a curious historian. Come right up. As I ascended the stairs, the chill deepened noticeably. It was the same familiar, insidious cold I knew so well. It was the mirror, or what was in it, calling to me. The master bedroom was bright and airy, decorated with Sarah's taste. The mirror stood proud on the wall, its ornate frame cleaned and polished. It looked magnificent, utterly benign. But the infrared thermometer in my pocket told a different story. As I pulled it out, pretending to be admiring the craftsmanship, I discreetly pointed it at the glass. The reading was 60 degrees F. The ambient room temperature was 72 degrees F. The cold spot was back, not as extreme as it had been when the entity was fully empowered, but definitely present. A persistent, unnatural chill centered directly on the mirror. And as I looked at my reflection in the glass, a flicker of something deep within the depths of the mirror caught my eye. A fleeting distortion, like a ripple in water, gone almost as soon as I saw it. It wasn't a Lara. It was darker, more amorphous, a shadow within a shadow. The entity was still there, a fragment perhaps, a weaker version but still present and still hungry. I felt a surge of cold terror. My binding at the oak had contained the main source, but it hadn't destroyed the entity within the mirror. It had merely starved it, forcing it into a dormant state or a weaker manifestation. And now, with Sarah's presence, her empathy, her dreams, it was slowly awakening, trying to re-establish a connection, a new feed. It's truly a remarkable piece, Sarah, I said, turning away from the mirror, keeping my voice light. Such intricate carvings, they really don't make them like this anymore. I know, isn't it stunning? She beamed, oblivious. It's one of the main reasons we fell in love with this room. I needed to act. The cold spot, the dreams, the flicker in the mirror, these were all undeniable signs. My previous actions had merely cauterized the wound, not removed the infection. The mirror was still a trap, still a soul trap. And now, Sarah was unknowingly stepping into Alara's shoes. I needed to sever the fragment's connection to the mirror completely, and I had to do it without harming Sarah and without waking the fully bound entity at the oak. I quickly formulated a new plan. I couldn't use the binding figurine again. Its purpose was already fulfilled at the source, and the herbs had hurt Alara. But the iron spike, Elias had said, it recoils from the iron, it weakens it. And the dark stone, Alara's protective stone, still offered warding. Perhaps if the entity was weaker, a direct, targeted attack on the mirror itself, using the iron and the stone, could shatter its remaining fragment or expel it. I excused myself from Sarah, feigning a need to check some architectural features in the cellar that might correlate with old maps. I needed to get away, to think, to prepare. In the dimly lit cellar, away from Sarah's presence, I pulled out my backpack. I had brought Alara's box with me, an instinctual precaution. I took out the dark stone and the iron spike. I needed to do this carefully. If I shattered the mirror, would it simply release the fragment into the house, fully unbound? No, that was too risky. The entity was weakened, but still malicious. I needed to expel it, to drive it out, rather than break its container. I remembered Elias' note. It will not break. It is like stone, but it recoils from the iron. The mirror itself was seemingly indestructible by conventional means, but the iron made it recoil, it weakened it. My new idea was to create a barrier, a boundary of iron around the mirror, to force the fragment out, to deny it further access to its conduit. But how to do that without permanently damaging the valuable antique frame? I remembered the symbols on the frame, the Elder Futhark variants. Some were for binding, but others were for drawing in and sustaining. They were part of the mirror's parasitic nature. If I could disrupt the power of those symbols, perhaps I could destabilize the fragment's connection to the mirror itself. The iron spike was a crude tool, but I also carried other tools in my kit: small, flathead screwdrivers, a hammer, pliers. I remembered how Elias had said the entity recoiled from the iron. It was the metal itself, not just its form, that was the deterrent. I needed more iron, not just one spike, but a perimeter. I thought of old nails, iron nails. I had seen them in the cellar, left behind by previous repairs, rusting in an old wooden box. I found the box. It was full of old, square-cut iron nails, rusted but still sturdy. Perfect. My plan was forming. I would create an iron barrier around the mirror. I returned upstairs, making my apologies to Sarah. "Nothing much to see in the cellar, unfortunately," I said cheerfully. "Just some foundation work. But I did realize, Sarah, that the older parts of the house sometimes have peculiar energy flows. Perhaps, if you're still experiencing the cold and the dreams, you could try a simple folk remedy." She looked intrigued. "Oh, like what?" "Sometimes old iron can help ground the energy of a room," I explained vaguely. "Old nails, for example. If you were to place a few, perhaps under the rug or tucked into the frame of the mirror, it might help stabilize the atmosphere." She seemed hesitant. "Nails? You mean like rusty old nails?" "Yes, exactly," I said, forcing enthusiasm. "It's an old belief, something about iron grounding negative energy." It was a thin explanation, but plausible enough for her to consider. "Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt," she mused. "Where would I find old nails like that?" "Funny you should ask," I said, producing a small handful from my pocket. I had discreetly pocketed them from the cellar. "I just happened to find a few in the cellar. Perhaps you could try placing them around the mirror, one in each corner of the frame, perhaps. This would create a basic perimeter." "Oh, thank you, Arthur. That's very kind of you," she said, taking the nails. "I'll try it tonight." I felt a surge of guilt, but also a fierce determination. I was manipulating her, but it was for her own protection. My greater task was to ensure the mirror was truly inert. I bid Sarah goodbye, promising to email her any folkloric anecdotes I might uncover. That night I couldn't sleep. I paced my cabin, my mind racing. I needed a more direct, more forceful approach. Relying on Sarah to place a few nails was too passive, too uncertain. I needed to finish this myself. I needed to return to the house under the cover of darkness. I needed to do what Elias had tried, but with the full knowledge of the entity's nature and its weakened state. I decided to go at midnight, the witching hour. I packed my backpack, the dark stone, the iron spike, more old iron nails, my infrared thermometer, camera, and a powerful flashlight. I also brought a small, ritualistic knife from my personal collection, a decorative antique, but its sharp, silvered blade, often associated with protection, felt like a necessary psychological comfort. The drive to the Blackburn place was silent and tense. The moon was a sliver, casting long, eerie shadows. The house loomed, a dark, silent sentinel against the star-dusted sky. This time I didn't feel the general foreboding, but a specific, localized chill, a beacon of malevolence drawing me in. I parked discreetly down the road and walked the rest of the way, moving stealthily through the overgrown yard. I didn't want to alert Sarah and Mark. This was my fight, my atonement for an incomplete job. I picked the lock on the back door. It was an old, simple mechanism, and with a soft click it opened. I slipped inside, closing it behind me with a soft thud. The interior was pitch black, a profound, heavy darkness that felt distinct from the usual absence of light. It was the same quality of darkness I remembered from my first encounters with the entity, a tangible oppression that pressed in on me from all sides. The air was cold, not the biting cold of the oak, but a damp, pervasive chill that seeped into my clothes and pricked at my skin. I pulled out my powerful flashlight, its beam cutting a stark path through the gloom. Dust motes danced in its bright cone, giving the silent house a ghostly, ethereal quality. My breath plumed in the cold air. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified, imbued with a sinister intent. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert. I was no longer an academic. I was an intruder, a hunter in the darkness. I made my way through the downstairs, my flashlight beam sweeping across familiar furniture, now cloaked in shadow. The parlor where I had spoken with Sarah just hours ago felt empty, devoid of the warmth her presence had brought. The house was reclaiming its true nature, revealing the lingering darkness beneath its newly cheerful facade. As I approached the staircase, the cold intensified, pulling me towards the upper floors like a physical current. The entity, or its fragment, was aware of my presence. It was waiting. I climbed the stairs, each step a deliberate, quiet movement. The old wood groaned under my weight, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness. Halfway up, I paused, my infrared thermometer in hand. I pointed it towards the master bedroom door, which stood slightly ajar. The reading was 55 degrees F, significantly lower than the rest of the upstairs, which hovered around 65 degrees F. The cold spot was active, stronger now, pulsing with a faint, malevolent energy. I reached the top of the stairs and moved towards the master bedroom. The open door beckoned, a maw into deeper darkness. I pushed it wider, stepping inside. The room was bathed in the faint, silvery light of the sliver moon filtering through the windows, but the mirror on the far wall seemed to absorb all light, becoming an expanse of inky blackness. It was a void, a hungry mouth in the gloom. The cold here was intense, a bone-deep ache that made my teeth chatter. The temperature on its surface, as I quickly checked, was 50 degrees F. My plan had to be precise. I couldn't just scatter nails around and hope for the best. I needed to focus the iron's disruptive energy to drive the fragment out of the mirror, not merely contain it within the room. And I needed to protect myself. I set my backpack down quietly near the door. I pulled out the dark stone, the iron spike, and the handful of old iron nails. I also took out the ritualistic knife, its silvered blade catching the faint moonlight. Its presence, though purely symbolic for this particular type of entity, gave me a sliver of psychological strength. Arthur, I whispered to myself, my voice barely audible, focus. This is not the full entity. It is a fragment, weakened, but still dangerous. I started by placing the dark stone on the dresser, directly in front of the mirror. This was Alara's protection, now perhaps a protection for me, or a general warding against the fragment's direct influence. As it touched the wood, I felt a familiar, subtle shift in the air, a faint pressure against the malevolent cold. Next, I focused on the mirror itself. I remembered Elia's notes about the symbols on the frame, those that bound, those that drew in, those that sustained. The fragment was clinging to the mirror via these arcane connections, utilizing the mirror's intrinsic design as a conduit. I needed to disrupt these. I took the iron spike. Its rough, cold surface felt solid, reassuring. I held it carefully, remembering the jolt of pain it had caused Alara when I had pressed it into the frame before. This time, Alara was not inside the mirror. This time, my target was the fragment itself. I am here to cleanse this place, I murmured, my voice low and firm, addressing the unseen presence. To sever your final tether, you have no place here. You are bound to the earth, to the bad ground, to the darkness. Not to this reflection, not to this house, not to these souls. I extended the iron spike, aiming for the ornate, carved frame of the mirror. I didn't intend to damage the antique itself, but to make direct, firm contact with the carvings, to infuse the frame with the iron's repellent energy. As the tip of the iron spike touched the wood of the frame, a low, buzzing hum emanated from the mirror, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up through my feet. The darkness within the mirror swirled, not with Alara's tormented form, but with a chaotic, formless shadow, a writhing, indistinct mass of pure malevolence. The cold intensified, becoming a raw, searing pain that made my hand tremble. Recoil, I commanded, my voice strained. Recoil from the iron. I pressed the spike firmly against the frame, moving it slowly along the carved symbols, tracing their lines. Each point of contact sent a shudder through the mirror, and the shadowy mass within recoiled, shrinking back from the point of the iron. It was like watching a wound being cauterized, the darkness hissing and drawing back from the light. The air around me grew impossibly heavy, thick with unseen pressure. Ghostly whispers, more guttural and alien than before, hissed and spat at me, trying to break my concentration, to fill my mind with doubt and terror. Interloper, you cannot break what is part of us. Flesh and blood cannot fight spirit. She is ours, our eyes, our window. I ignored them, focusing all my will on the iron spike, on the act of disruption. I moved around the frame, carefully touching each of the intricate carvings with the iron, particularly those I suspected were part of its binding mechanism. The mirror shuddered and hummed, the shadowy mass within it contracting more and more. Then I took the old iron nails. My new strategy was to create a focused, localized barrier of iron, not just scattered randomly. I chose key points around the frame, the four corners, and the midpoint of each side, intending to embed the nails just enough to hold, but not to damage the frame significantly. I held a nail in my left hand and the small hammer, which I had also brought, anticipating this need in my right. This mirror is cleansed, I declared, my voice rising above the whispers. This is no longer your window, no longer your sustenance. With each tap of the hammer, as an iron nail sank just a fraction of an inch into the frame, the The mirror pulsed with light, not the pale, sickly light of Alara's torment, but a sharp, blinding flash of white that erupted from its depths. The shadowy mass within recoiled violently, shrieking with a sound like tearing metal, a raw, piercing cry of agony and rage. The air crackled with energy, and the room grew unnaturally bright, then plunged back into deeper shadow after each flash. I worked quickly, methodically, placing the nails, focusing my intent. Sever, expel, cleanse. With each nail, the entity's hold seemed to weaken further, its protests growing more desperate, its form shrinking. As I placed the eighth and final nail into the frame, completing the perimeter of iron, a final, blinding flash of white light erupted from the mirror, so powerful it forced me to shield my eyes. The scream that accompanied it was not just a shriek of rage, but a high-pitched, wailing keen of pure, unadulterated torment, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. When I dared to open my eyes, the room was silent. The oppressive darkness was gone. The piercing cold had receded. The mirror, now framed by the 8 small iron nails, reflected the room clearly, unmarred by distortion or shadow. It was just a mirror, an antique. I quickly checked the temperature, 68 degrees F. The cold spot was gone completely. I cautiously approached the mirror, peering into its depths. My own reflection stared back, pale and exhausted, but otherwise normal. There was no flicker, no distortion, no lingering shadow. The mirror felt inert, empty. Had it worked, had I truly shattered or expelled the fragment, or merely driven it deeper, allowing it to regenerate? I held the iron spike against the glass, making firm contact. Nothing. No shudder, no hum, no recoil. It was just glass. A profound wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. I had done it. This time I had truly cleansed the mirror. The fragment was gone, expelled, unable to cling to its former conduit. But then a flicker of doubt. The whispers had said, "She is ours, our eyes, our window." They had mentioned Alara as their eyes, their window. What if the fragment wasn't simply an extension of the bound entity, but something more complex? What if Alara's presence, even after her release, was still acting as a subtle tether, a residual energy that attracted the entity or its fragments? No, I shook my head. The binding at the oak had contained the main entity. The iron had purged the mirror. Alara's thank you had been genuine, a whisper of peace. Sarah's dreams, the cold, the shadows, these were manifestations of the fragment trying to re-establish a foothold, a new feed, precisely because its main source was cut off. It sought out a new, sensitive soul. I picked up the dark stone from the dresser. It felt lighter now, its subtle pulse of energy gone. It had done its work, contributing to the warding. I placed it back in Alara's box, along with the iron spike and the remaining nails. The ritualistic knife, though unused, felt less like a crutch and more like a symbol of my own resolve. I surveyed the room. It was quiet, peaceful. The moonlight, no longer absorbed by the mirror's sinister void, now bathed the room in a gentle glow. The house breathed around me, a silent, natural sigh of an ancient structure no longer burdened by a malevolent presence. I left the master bedroom, carefully closing the door behind me. As I descended the stairs, the air throughout the house felt lighter, less oppressive. The cold was merely the natural chill of an unoccupied old home, not the supernatural frost of an active haunt. I slipped out the back door, locking it behind me, and walked back towards my car. The pre-dawn air was crisp and cool, but no longer carried the profound chill of the entity. The house, now quiet and still, seemed to recede into the shadows, a chapter finally closed. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back. The Blackburn house, for the first time in a very long time, simply looked like a house. A beautiful, grand, old house, waiting for its inhabitants to awaken to a new, peaceful morning. I arrived back at my cabin as the first blush of dawn painted the eastern sky. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, but it was a satisfying, triumphant exhaustion. I had finished what I started. Allura was truly free. Sarah and Mark were safe. I made myself a strong cup of coffee and sat at my desk, looking out at the waking world. The sun rose, casting golden light over the mountains, chasing away the last lingering shadows of the night. I pulled out my laptop, intending to send a reassuring email to Sarah, explaining that the old folk remedy of iron around the mirror should help with any lingering energy issues. But before I could type, a new email popped up. It was from Sarah. Subject amazing. The cold spot is gone. Dear Arthur, you won't believe it. You are a genius. That folk remedy with the iron nails, it worked. Mark and I placed the nails around the mirror frame last night, just before bed. I was a bit skeptical, to be honest, but it was worth a shot. And this morning, the master bedroom feels completely normal. The cold spot is gone. It's incredible. We checked with the thermometer, and it's perfectly even with the rest of the house. No more weird chill at all. And the dreams, oh my goodness, the dreams. I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. No sad young woman, no shadowy flicker, just peaceful, normal sleep. I don't know what kind of energy those nails grounded, but whatever it was, it's gone. We are so grateful, Arthur. Thank you for sharing your historical wisdom. You've truly made our new home feel perfect. Best regards, Sarah Henderson. I stared at the email, a small, weary smile spreading across my face. She thought the nails she placed had done it, and in a way they had helped, contributing to the perimeter of iron. But it was my direct, focused intervention, done in the dead of night, that had truly broken the fragment's hold. It was better this way. She didn't need to know the full, terrifying truth. She only needed to feel safe and at peace in her new home, and now she was. I typed a brief reply, congratulating her on the success of the folk remedy and wishing them many happy, peaceful years in the Blackburn house. I then deleted the email from my outbox, leaving no trace. My secret would remain my own. The next few months passed in quiet normalcy. I continued my work, visiting other historical properties, cataloging their contents, documenting their pasts. The Blackburn house became a closed chapter in my professional life, and a deeply personal, hidden one in my memory. I never heard from Sarah and Mark again, which I took as a good sign. They were living their lives undisturbed. I kept Alara's box in my desk drawer. Sometimes I would open it, looking at her diary, her locket, the dried flower, and the dark stone. They were no longer tinged with sorrow or fear, but held a quiet resonance of peace and remembrance. Alara's story, her long suffering, and her eventual release became a private testament to the unseen forces that shaped the world. I often thought about the bad ground, the ancient oak, and the wooden figurine still buried at its base, the permanent binding. I trusted that it was holding, that the true source of the entity's malevolence remained sealed. I never visited the site again. Some things once bound are best left undisturbed. Life for me settled back into its familiar routines, but the experience had fundamentally altered my perspective. The world was no longer just a collection of historical facts and tangible objects. It was layered, infused with unseen energies, ancient powers, and the lingering echoes of human lives and suffering. My work, once purely academic, now carried a deeper, more profound significance. I was a historian, yes, but also a silent guardian, a witness to the thin veil between worlds. Then, 6 months after the events at the Blackburn house, a new project landed on my desk. It was an urgent request from the Historical Society, forwarded from the State Archives. A newly discovered collection of letters and journals, dating back to the late 17th and early 18th centuries, had been found in the attic of a very old colonial farmhouse, several counties away, near the border with Pennsylvania. The farmhouse was known as the Fairweather Homestead. The request specifically mentioned the need for someone with experience in deciphering archaic scripts and local folklore connections, and my name, having recently completed the Blackburn inventory and my known expertise in colonial history, had been put forward. I accepted, of course. It was my job. The Fairweather homestead was located in a remote valley, nestled deep within ancient wooded hills. As I drove there, the landscape grew wilder, more untamed. The sense of isolation was palpable, the kind that whispers of forgotten histories and hidden secrets. The farmhouse itself was a rambling, two-story structure of weathered stone and timber, with a steeply pitched roof and small, multi-paned windows that looked out like watchful eyes. It was surrounded by overgrown fields and a dense forest, silent and imposing. It had stood for centuries, witnessing generations come and go, bearing the weight of time. I met with the local historical liaison, a nervous young woman named Emily, who quickly showed me the discovery. The collection was indeed remarkable, a trunk full of parchment letters, leather-bound journals, and even a few hand-drawn maps, all from the Fairweather family, spanning generations. "These are just a few of the more unusual items," Emily said, her voice hushed, as she gestured towards a small, heavy wooden box on the table. "Some of them are quite strange. We thought perhaps they might contain some forgotten local legends or unusual practices." My eyes fell on the box. It was old, dark wood, bound with tarnished brass fittings. It wasn't ornate like Alara's box, but it radiated a subtle, unsettling energy. A familiar prickle of unease, distinct from the initial excitement of a new historical find, began to spread through me. It was the kind of unease that spoke of something ancient, something other. "What makes them unusual?" I asked, keeping my voice even, trying to hide the sudden tension in my shoulders. Emily fidgeted. "Well, some of the journals mention odd rituals, and the local legends in this area, they're quite dark. Tales of the Fairweather family dabbling in things best left alone. They were accused of witchcraft, among other things, in the early 18th century, though nothing was ever proven." Witchcraft, my mind immediately flashed to Mrs. Gable's mother's words about the Blackburn land, or maybe a place where a witch was hanged back in the colonial days. The Proctor girl, Mary, going missing in 1792. My historical radar, now finely tuned to the supernatural, was screaming. I opened the old wooden box. Inside, nestled among faded velvet, were several artifacts. The first was a small, intricately carved wooden figure. It was human-shaped, but crudely stylized, its features indistinct, its limbs bound by thin, dried leather thongs. It was similar in its overall effect to the binding figurine I had used at the Blackburn place, but this one felt far older, more imbued with a raw, primal power. It hummed with a low, almost imperceptible vibration. The second item was a tarnished silver locket. It was rectangular, with faint, almost illegible engravings on its surface. When I carefully opened it, I found two miniature, hand-painted portraits within, a stern-faced man and a beautiful, haunted-looking woman with piercing blue eyes. Her gaze seemed to follow me, filled with an ancient sorrow. The third item was a small, smooth, dark stone. It was jet black, perfectly ovoid, and felt unnaturally cold to the touch, even in the warm room. As my fingers closed around it, I felt a faint, rhythmic pulse, a subtle thrum of contained energy, like a slow, deep heartbeat. It was profoundly unsettling. The fourth item was a single, dried flower. Its petals were a deep, almost black crimson. It was brittle, fragile, and seemed to hold a faint, ghostly scent of roses, mingling with something else as something ancient and earthy, like old soil and forgotten things. My breath caught in my throat. My hands trembled slightly as I examined the items. A carved wooden figure, a silver locket with portraits, a dark, pulsing stone, a dried crimson flower. They were almost identical to the items I had found in Alara's box. Not exact replicas, but uncannily similar in type, purpose, and the unsettling aura they projected. The parallels were too striking to be a coincidence. These are quite remarkable, I managed, my voice a little hoarse. Do you have any provenance on them? Any journal entries that specifically describe these? Emily nodded, looking relieved. Oh, yes, we have a few. There's one journal in particular, from a Mercy Fairweather, dated 1718. She describes some of these items, particularly the wooden figure, and how her family used them to bind the hungry spirit to the barren earth after the Proctor incident in the valley. My blood ran cold. The Proctor incident. The same name, the same ominous descriptor, the same kind of items. The Proctor incident, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Can you tell me more about that? Emily consulted her notes. Yes, it's mentioned in a few places. The Fairweathers were apparently called upon by the local community to deal with a plague of ill luck and strange disappearances that afflicted their valley in the late 17th and early 18th centuries. It culminated in the disappearance of a young woman named Mary Proctor, sometime around 1710-1715. They believed a malevolent spirit, an ancient entity, was responsible. The Fairweathers, known for their unusual practices, claimed to have bound it to a specific spot on the land, ending the troubles. Mary Proctor, the same name, the same kind of disappearance, but the date was different. My previous research had pointed to a Mary Proctor going missing from the Blackburn land in 1792. This was 1710-1715, and in a different valley, several counties away. This was not a simple coincidence. This was something deeper, something far more terrifying. The hair on my arm stood on end. My mind raced, trying to connect the disparate threads. A malevolent spirit, an ancient entity bound to a specific spot on the land. This was the same language, the same scenario as the Blackburn house. What if this wasn't a unique, isolated incident at the Blackburn house? What if this ancient entity was not merely bound to one specific piece of bad ground, but was a more widespread ancient evil that manifested itself in various places, using the same pattern, the same tools, across different generations and locations? What if bad ground wasn't a singular spot, but a type of location, a specific set of circumstances that allowed this entity to surface? Or worse, what if it was the same entity? How could an entity be bound in one place, only to manifest in a very similar fashion, decades later, in another, different location, albeit with similar tools used to contain it? The implications were horrifying. If it was the same entity, then my binding at the Blackburn place might have only been a temporary solution. It might have merely forced it to retreat, to find another point of weakness, another place to resurface. another sensitive soul to target. And if these items, the wooden figure, the locket, the stone, the flower, were not merely local folkloric tools, but universal instruments for dealing with this specific type of entity, then what did that imply about its nature? Did it have a weakness to these specific items? Was it something that could be truly destroyed or merely contained time and again across generations? My initial feeling of triumph and peace from the Blackburn house began to curdle into a chilling dread. Ilara's thank you now seemed fragile, almost desperate. Had she truly been freed, or simply passed on into a temporary respite, only to be recycled into another cycle of torment if the entity truly moved between places? I needed to delve into Mercy Fairweather's journal. I needed to understand the Proctor incident here in this valley. I needed to find out if there was a deeper connection, a shared lineage, a hidden pattern to these horrors. "May I examine these journals?" I asked Emily, my voice betraying none of the turmoil churning within me. "Of course, Arthur, that's why you're here," she said, pleased. The Fairweathers were a peculiar family. They seemed to have some unusual knowledge. Local legends say they were the guardians of the valley, but others claimed they were the ones who brought the darkness in the first place. Guardians of the valley, or the source of the darkness. The duality of Elias Blackburn, whose mother had bound the spirit, but whose family built the house on the bad ground, echoed in the Fairweather family's reputation. I spent the next few days immersed in the Fairweather collection, particularly Mercy Fairweather's journal from 1718. Her script was elegant, but her entries were cryptic, filled with archaic terms and veiled references to unseen forces. Mercy Fairweather was a fascinating woman, educated, spiritual, and clearly burdened by a deep, generational responsibility. Her journal was less a personal diary and more a record of her family's esoteric knowledge, their attempts to understand and control the spiritual landscape of their valley. She described the Proctor incident in detail. Mary Proctor, a young woman from a neighboring farm, had indeed gone missing. Her disappearance, however, was preceded by a series of increasingly disturbing events: livestock dying mysteriously, crops failing, unexplainable cold spots, and vivid, terrifying nightmares shared by multiple villagers. The same pattern. Mercy's family, the Fairweathers, had been called upon by the fearful community. They were known for their understanding of the old ways, a euphemism for their ancestral knowledge of protective charms and spiritual bindings. Mercy wrote of performing a ritual to bind the Great Hunger to a sacred spot in the valley, near an ancient spring and an old, gnarled oak tree. The description of the location was eerily similar to the one at the Blackburn place, and the tools she described using were precisely the ones in the box: the carved wood of containment, the locket of remembrance, the stone of warding, and the bloom of peace. Her entries then shifted to a more unsettling tone. She wrote of the binding being successful, of the hunger receding from the valley, and of Mary Proctor's spirit being released to the ether at peace. But she also wrote of the entity's true nature. It is not of this land, but of the spaces between. It attaches to the scars upon the earth, to places of sorrow and violation. It feeds on the despair of souls, drawing them into its reflection, its dark mirror. It cannot be destroyed, only contained, and even then it ever seeks release, seeking new ground, new scars, new reflections. It cannot be destroyed, only contained. Those words chilled me to the bone. This meant my work at the Blackburn house was, at best, a temporary containment. The entity was not gone. It was merely dormant, waiting for a new opportunity, a new scar upon the earth, a new reflection. And the most terrifying revelation, it attaches to the scars upon the earth, to places of sorrow and violation. And it ever seeks release, seeking new ground. This suggested the entity wasn't fixed to one location, but could, over time, move or spread or remanifest if new scars or reflections presented themselves. It was a parasitic, opportunistic entity. The Fairweather homestead itself now felt different. It was not overtly haunted, but there was a subtle, ancient weight to the air, a sense of deep, generational knowledge and struggle. I continued to read Mercy's journal, searching for any clues, any weakness, any way to truly end the cycle. She mentioned other incidents the Fairweather family had dealt with, stretching back generations, each one mirroring the pattern of the Proctor incident. It seemed her family had been fighting this battle for centuries, binding the entity again and again across different valleys and different bad grounds. Then I found an entry that stopped my heart. September 12th, 1720. My sister Eliza continues to suffer from the melancholy. She spends hours before the looking glass, speaking to her own reflection, but I fear it is not herself she sees. Her eyes grow hollow, her spirit wan. The whispers begin again. I pray the binding holds, but the hunger finds cracks, finds new surfaces. The mirror, it reflects more than light. It is a conduit, a doorway. If the ground is scarred and a soul is susceptible, it will return. Always it returns. We must be vigilant, we must contain, but I fear for Eliza. The mirror is ancient, passed down through generations, a beautiful curse. The mirror, it reflects more than light. It is a conduit, a doorway. The mirror is ancient, passed down through generations, a beautiful curse. My mind reeled, the Blackburn mirror. Elias Blackburn's great-great-grandmother, Eliza, had brought it with her from her ancestral home. What if the Blackburn mirror was the Fairweather family mirror, passed down through generations? What if this entity, this great hunger, was not just attaching to bad ground, but was also fundamentally connected to this specific mirror? The implications were staggering. If the mirror itself was the primary conduit, the doorway for the entity, then my binding at the oak was a containment of a manifestation, not the source of the entity's ability to manifest. And cleansing the mirror was merely purging its current influence, but not its inherent nature as a beautiful curse. This meant the mirror itself was the core problem. It was a continuous, generational threat, drawing the entity to any scarred ground it was placed near, and then feeding on susceptible souls. I needed to trace the provenance of the Blackburn mirror. Elias had mentioned it came from his great-great-grandmother, Eliza. What was Eliza Blackburn's maiden name? Could it have been Fairweather? I scoured Elias' ledger, rereading every genealogical entry, every fragment of family history. And there it was, a small, barely visible annotation in Elias' shaky hand next to the name Eliza. Eliza Fairweather, daughter of Arthur Fairweather and Mercy Goodloe. My blood ran cold for a third time, deeper and more profound than before. Eliza Fairweather, the sister of Mercy Fairweather, the very woman who wrote of the hungry spirit and its connection to mirrors, the sister whom Mercy feared for, whose melancholy and whispers had begun again. The Blackburn mirror was the Fairweather family mirror. It had traveled with Eliza from the Fairweather homestead to the Blackburn land, and with it, the beautiful curse had traveled too. The entity wasn't just attracted to bad ground. It was bound intrinsically to this specific mirror. The bad ground was simply an amplifier, a source of power that the mirror then used to draw and sustain the entity. The mirror was the primary instrument, the doorway, the eyes and window the whispers had mentioned. This changed everything. My binding at the oak, while containing the raw power of the land, hadn't addressed the mirror's inherent, ancient cursed nature. My purging of the mirror with iron had temporarily expelled the fragment, but it hadn't destroyed the mirror's capacity to become a conduit again. It was a clean slate, ready to be reinfected, if placed in the right or wrong circumstances. Sarah's dream of Alara, her persistent sadness and plea for help, suddenly made sense. Alara hadn't just been freed, she was intrinsically linked to the mirror. Her thank you might have been for a temporary respite, but her spirit, once drawn into its reflection, might be eternally tied to its fate. If the mirror was cursed, perhaps all souls drawn into it were, in some ethereal sense, bound to its purpose, its dark history. I had to warn Sarah and Mark. I had to tell them to get rid of the mirror. But how? How could I explain centuries of ancestral curses, a malevolent entity, and the intrinsic danger of an antique mirror without sounding completely unhinged? And even if they believed me, what was the correct way to get rid of such an artifact? Could it be destroyed, or would destroying it merely release the entity, fully unbound, upon the world? Mercy's journal was clear. It cannot be destroyed, only contained. But the mirror itself seemed to be the primary container, the doorway. This was a paradox. I felt a profound sense of despair. I had thought I had solved the mystery, freed Alara, and made a house safe. But I had only scratched the surface of a far older, deeper evil. An evil spanning centuries, a generational curse passed down through a physical object. I had to revisit Mercy Fairweather's journal, every word. I needed to find any reference to the mirror itself, any ritual to break its curse, or to neutralize its power permanently. I spent another frantic day poring over the Fairweather documents. I found multiple references to the Fairweather glass, always with an undertone of fear and reverence. It was clearly a powerful family heirloom, yet also a profound burden. Mercy wrote of the Fairweathers trying to understand the mirror, to find a way to break its curse. One entry, near the end of her journal, provided a glimpse of their desperate attempts. November 5th, 1720. Eliza is gone. Her body remains, a hollow shell, but her spirit, taken by the glass. The hunger grows restless. We have tried the containment, the iron, the sacred stone, but the mirror ever pulls, ever reflects. My father, Arthur, believes the symbols upon its frame hold the key. Not merely for binding, but for unmaking. Not for containing, but for severing. He spoke of a reverse, a negation. A counter-ritual to break the glass's inherent drawing power, to make it merely a mirror once more. He believed the curse could be unmade, not by destroying the glass itself, but by twisting the very threads of its design, using its own language against it. He spoke of the lunar cycles, of the rare blood, and of the heart's intention. My breath hitched, unmaking, severing, twisting the very threads of its design, using its own language against it. This was it. This was the key. Mercy's father, Arthur Fairweather, had sought not just to contain, but to neutralize the mirror's core curse, and he had mentioned the symbols on the frame. I reread the passage, my heart pounding. He spoke of the lunar cycles, of the rare blood, and of the heart's intention. Lunar cycles, a specific phase of the moon. Rare blood, what could that mean? And the heart's intention, that spoke of ritual, of a focused will, perhaps even sacrifice. I looked at the old wooden box again, the artifacts within, the carved figure, the locket, the dark stone, the dried flower. These were the tools of containment, but perhaps they also held a different, more potent purpose, if used with the right intention at the right time. I needed to find Arthur Fairweather's own journal, if one existed. Mercy's entries were a record of her understanding, but her father's perspective might hold the direct instructions, the full counter-ritual. I turned to Emily, who was patiently waiting nearby. Emily, have you found any other journals attributed to Arthur Fairweather, Mercy's father? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, but the urgency thrummed beneath. Emily consulted her inventory list. Let's see, Arthur Fairweather. There are a few ledgers of farm accounts and some correspondence, but nothing I'd call a journal. He was more of a practical man from what we've gathered. Unless, she paused, tapping her chin. There was a small, locked metal box found alongside Mercy's journal, but it seemed too insignificant to bother with. We assumed it was just more accounts. We haven't opened it. The locked metal box, my eyes widened. Where is it? In the archival storeroom, with the rest of the unprocessed items, she said, looking a little confused by my sudden intensity. I can go get it if you think it's important. Extremely important, Emily. Please, I urged. She left and I paced the small room, my mind racing. A locked box. Of course, a master's most potent knowledge would be protected. My hands still trembled from the implications of what I had just read. The mirror was the heart of it all. It had to be neutralized. Not destroyed, not contained, but unmade as a conduit. Emily returned a few minutes later, holding a small, rusted metal box, no larger than a shoebox. It was heavy, and a thin layer of grime coated its surface. A tarnished brass padlock secured its lid. We don't have a key, unfortunately, Emily said, handing it to me. We were going to send it to a locksmith next week. I examined the lock. It was an old tumbler lock, not overly complex. I had a small set of lock-picking tools in my toolkit, a relic from a brief, misguided phase as an urban explorer in my youth. It might be crude, but it was worth a try. May I try to open it here? I asked. Emily hesitated. Well, I suppose, just be careful not to damage the contents. I pulled out my lock picks, a small array of thin metal rods and tension wrenches. My hands, still unsteady from the revelations, fumbled slightly, but I focused, letting the mechanical puzzle quiet the storm in my mind. The lock was stiff, rusted, but with a gentle prod and twist, I felt a faint click, then another. And finally, with a soft thud, the padlock sprang open. Emily gasped, impressed. Wow, you're full of surprises, Arthur. I ignored her, my attention solely on the box. I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled beneath a layer of faded linen, was not another journal, but a collection of loose parchment scrolls, carefully rolled and tied with thin leather thongs. They were brittle with age, the ink faded in places, but the script was clear, elegant, and decidedly academic. This was Arthur Fairweather's work. I carefully unrolled the first scroll. It was a detailed drawing of the Blackburn mirror's frame, in incredible detail, with all the intricate carvings and symbols meticulously rendered. Each symbol was annotated with a series of small, precise notes, some in Latin, some in archaic English. The language of the serpent, one note read, the geometry of starvation. This was it. Arthur Fairweather had dissected the mirror's design, understood its core function. I unrolled a second scroll. This one was a long, complex diagram, almost a blueprint for a ritual. It showed the mirror, surrounded by specific geometric patterns and symbols arranged in a precise order. There were detailed instructions, not for binding, but for what he called the reversal. I began to read, my eyes scanning for the specific details Mercy had hinted at. The reversal, Arthur Fairweather's notes began, is not a destruction, for the glass cannot be broken. Its essence is of timeless reflection, a conduit to the liminal, a door that opens to the hungry between spaces. To shatter, it would be to release that hunger, unbound and ravenous, upon the world. The reversal is a transfiguration. It is the unmaking of its curse, the turning of its purpose from drawing to repelling, from sustenance to barrenness. This confirmed my worst fears and my fervent hope. The mirror could not be destroyed, but it could be changed. He went on to describe the conditions for the reversal. 1. The blood of the weaver, a thread of life, ancient and pure, from one who has unknowingly served as its vessel. A drop freely given on the central binding symbol to reconnect and then sever the parasitic link. 2. The moon of severance. The ritual must commence on the night of the waning crescent, the moon's face turned away, a symbol of decrease and dissolution. Its light, or lack thereof, focuses the intention of release. 3. The earth's stillness. The ground must be pacified, its scars healed, its raw power bound. The primary connection to the tainted land must be inert, for the mirror draws strength from the weeping earth. This referred to the primary binding I had already performed at the oak. 4. The symbol's negation. The 7 symbols of sustenance and drawing, carved upon the frame, must be inverted in their power. Not physically altered, but energetically twisted through focused intent and the touch of true iron. He detailed specific gestures, specific incantations, which he called vibrations of truth, and the placement of iron. 5. The heart's intention. The operator must be of pure heart, free from desire for power or gain, motivated only by the will to release and to heal. Doubt or fear will poison the ritual. The operator must face the reflection, offering their own will as a shield against the hungry gaze, and with the aid of the stone of warding, channel the flow. He then went into excruciating detail on each step. The blood of the weaver fascinated and terrified me, one who has unknowingly served as its vessel. This could only mean Alara, but Alara was gone, her spirit supposedly at peace. And even if she weren't, how could I get a drop freely given from a spirit? Then I remembered Sarah Henderson. She had been unknowingly served as its vessel through her dreams and the cold spot. She was sensitive, empathetic. Was it possible she was a new weaver, a temporary conduit, a substitute for Alara? The entity, even in its fragmented state, had been feeding on her. The rare blood wasn't necessarily literal blood, but perhaps a symbolic offering, a psychic link from someone who had been entwined with the entity through the mirror. If so, Sarah, with her empathy and recent connection, might be the key. The waning crescent was a specific lunar phase. I needed to check my astronomical charts. I pulled out my phone. A quick search showed that a waning crescent moon was due in precisely 7 nights. The timing was almost too perfect. The Earth's stillness was already achieved. My binding at the oak still held. The primary connection to the tainted land was inert. The symbol's negation was where Arthur Fairweather's drawings came in. He had precise diagrams, specific iron placements, and detailed incantations, or rather, vibrations of truth, which seemed to be phonetic sequences designed to resonate with the symbol's inherent frequencies. He even described a specific, small iron mallet to tap the frame, not to damage it, but to send resonant vibrations through the wood. And the heart's intention, that was on me. I believed I was pure of heart, seeking only to right a wrong, to end a curse, to ensure peace. But facing the reflection, offering my own will as a shield, while channeling the energy through the stone of warding that sounded incredibly dangerous. I needed to go back to the Blackburn house. I needed to perform this ritual, and I needed Sarah's help, even if she didn't know the full truth. I couldn't ask her for rare blood directly. But what if there was another way, a symbolic way? I looked at the artifacts in the Fairweather box. The carved figure containment, the locket remembrance, the stone warding, the flower peace. And in Alara's box I had identical items imbued with her energy. They were tools, but Arthur Fairweather's scrolls implied a precise arrangement, a specific use of these tools in conjunction with the mirror's own symbols. He described a specific arrangement for the ritual, the stone of warding placed directly before the mirror to protect the operator and channel intent, the carved figure placed above the mirror, symbolizing the entity's ultimate containment away from the reflection, the locket placed below the mirror, representing the souls trapped within, now to be released, and the flower placed on the glass itself, a symbol of new peace and the blossoming of freedom. The iron spike I had used before was a crude tool. Arthur Fairweather's detailed diagrams called for specific, small, pure iron mallets and chisels designed to resonate with the frequencies of the symbols. He even had a sketch of one, a small, elegant tool, carefully balanced. It would be impossible to procure such a specialized tool in 7 days. But I still had the 8 iron nails I had used to purge the fragment from the mirror, and the iron spike. They were crude, but they were iron. Perhaps their raw, unrefined quality, combined with my focused intent and Arthur Fairweather's specific vibrations, could suffice. I needed to absorb every detail of these scrolls. I spent the next 5 days immersed in Arthur Fairweather's writings, barely sleeping, barely eating. I transcribed his vibrations of truth, carefully sounding out the archaic phonetic sequences. They felt ancient, primal, a language not meant for human tongues, but for the very fabric of existence. I practiced the gestures, the precise movements he described, feeling a strange resonance as my body moved in harmony with the ancient ritual. I understood now that it was not merely a physical act, but a channeling of mental and spiritual energy. My cabin became a makeshift workshop, filled with diagrams, notes, and the eerie, whispered sounds of the vibrations. The Fairweather artifacts in Alara's box sat on my desk, silent witnesses to my preparations. The dark stone pulsed faintly when I held it, as if awakening to a renewed purpose. The blood of the weaver was still my greatest uncertainty. How to approach Sarah Henderson with such a request. "Excuse me, could I get a drop of your blood to perform an ancient ritual to uncurse your mirror, because you were temporarily possessed by a demonic fragment?" Impossible. But Arthur Fairweather's notes had said, "A drop freely given on the central binding symbol." What if it was symbolic? What if it was about the intent of the giver? Sarah had unknowingly given her psychic energy, her dreams, her empathy. What if I could collect something from her, something mundane that she freely gave, that had her essence on it, and then infuse it with her intent? A lock of hair, a used item, a photograph. A photograph, that was it. Sarah had emailed me before. She had sent a few photos of their new daycare, including one of her standing in front of the mirror. It was innocuous enough. What if I could print that photo, and then, using her image as a representation of her vessel status, place a symbolic drop on the central binding symbol of the mirror? It was a stretch, but it was the only plausible way to fulfill that requirement without terrifying her. The waning crescent moon was upon us. It was the 7th night. I called Sarah Henderson. "Sarah, Arthur Jensen here. I've been delving deeper into the Fairweather folklore, and I've found some truly fascinating things about old mirrors and their connection to local history." I tried to sound enthusiastic, not desperate. It seems some of these older pieces were thought to collect energies, and there are old traditions for clearing them on specific lunar cycles to ensure good fortune in the home. Oh, really, Arthur? She sounded intrigued. That's so interesting. I thought the nails had done the trick, but if there's more to it, I'd love to hear. Indeed, I continued, and given how much the mirror means to you, I thought it might be prudent to perform a small, traditional blessing ritual. It involves placing a few items around the mirror, harmless things, herbs, stones, symbolic offerings, to solidify its positive energy and ensure continued peace. It's a very old, almost forgotten tradition, best performed under the waning crescent moon for optimal effect. A blessing ritual, how lovely, she exclaimed. When would you be thinking of doing this, Arthur? Tonight, if possible, I said, knowing I couldn't miss the lunar window. I've gathered the traditional items. It wouldn't take long, perhaps an hour or so, after you and Mark are settled for the night, just so the house is quiet. She paused. Tonight, Mark is out of town on a business trip, actually, so it'll just be me. But I don't mind. It sounds rather mystical and fun in a historical way. Would you like to come over around, say, 11 p.m.? That should give me time to wind down. Just her, that was even better. Less chance of interference. Perfect, Sarah. I'll see you at 11. I hung up, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. This was it, the final act. I carefully prepared Ilara's box, placing the Fairweather artifacts alongside them. I had the two dark stones, Ilara's locket, the Fairweather locket, the two carved figures, the two dried flowers. I decided to use both sets, doubling the potency, creating a complete circle of warding and remembrance. I also printed the photograph of Sarah standing by the mirror, a symbolic offering of the blood of the weaver. I also packed the iron spike and the 8 old iron nails I had used previously, along with the small hammer. I would have to use them as a crude substitute for Arthur Fairweather's specialized tools. I placed them reverently. I drove to the Blackburn house as the moon, a sliver of waning light, began its ascent. The night was crisp, silent, and felt charged with an ancient energy. The house, when I arrived, seemed to radiate a nervous anticipation. Sarah greeted me at the door, dressed in a comfortable robe, a steaming mug in her hand. Arthur, come in, come in. I'm so intrigued by this. It's like something out of a storybook. Indeed, I said, forcing a smile, my heart thumping against my ribs. It's a very old tradition, Sarah, mostly forgotten now, but rooted in genuine belief in the power of intention and natural cycles. I followed her upstairs to the master bedroom. The mirror stood silently, reflecting the ambient light of the room. It looked utterly benign, but beneath its polished surface, I knew its true, terrifying nature. So what's the plan, Arthur? Sarah asked, settling onto the bed, watching me with eager curiosity. First, we need to create a quiet, focused space, I explained, pulling out the artifacts. These are the items traditionally used. They represent protection, remembrance, and peace. I started by placing the 2 dark stones at the base of the mirror, directly on the dresser. As they touched, I felt a familiar hum of protective energy, stronger this time, emerging of ancient power. Next, I placed the 2 carved figures on top of the mirror frame, out of sight, above the reflection. These represent the containment of, well, any wayward energies, I explained vaguely. Then the 2 lockets. I placed them carefully at the bottom of the frame, near the stones. These symbolize remembrance of those who came before and a blessing for those who live here now. Finally, the 2 dried crimson flowers. I placed them gently on the glass itself, in the upper corners. These symbolize peace and the blossoming of good fortune. Sarah watched, captivated. It's beautiful, Arthur, so meaningful. Now, I said, turning to her, the most important part. The ritual requires a connection from the living heart of the home, a symbolic offering of goodwill and intention, freely given. I pulled out the printed photograph of her. I remembered this photo you sent me and thought it would be perfect. It has your essence, your image, connected to this very mirror. It represents you, the weaver of this home's new, peaceful tapestry. I took her hand gently. I need you to place your finger on your image in the photo, right over your heart, and concentrate on your deepest wish for this home, for its peace, and for the safety of all who dwell here. Imagine all the good, pure energy flowing from you through this photo into the mirror, cleansing it, making it truly yours, truly a source of light. Sarah's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding or perhaps just empathy passing through them. She took the photograph. "My deepest wish for peace," she whispered, her finger pressing lightly on her image. "Yes, I wish for all things good and bright for this house." And then, I instructed, once you've focused your intention, press this photo firmly against the very center of the mirror, holding it there for a full minute, imagining that pure intention flowing directly into the glass. She nodded, her expression serious. She closed her eyes, her finger on the photo, her face serene with concentrated thought. Then, with a deep breath, she pressed the photo to the mirror. As the photo touched the glass, I felt an instantaneous, profound shift in the air. Not a chill, but a surge of pure, raw energy. The mirror, for a split second, seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, like a deep breath being taken. Sarah's intention, her blood of the weaver, had connected. "Excellent, Sarah," I murmured, my voice steady, though my heart was hammering. Now I must perform the final, quieter part of the blessing. It's an old chant, meant to resonate with the mirror's energy. It's best if you simply close your eyes, relax, and let the sounds wash over you. Focus on that feeling of peace. She nodded, her eyes still closed, looking utterly absorbed in the moment. This was my window. I pulled out Arthur Fairweather's scrolls, placing them on the dresser where I could reference them. I had memorized the vibrations of truth, but having them visually present helped anchor my focus. I then took the iron spike and the small hammer. The 8 iron nails were laid out in a precise order, as per Arthur Fairweather's diagrams. I faced the mirror, taking a deep breath. Arthur Fairweather's words echoed in my mind. The operator must be of pure heart, free from desire for power or gain, motivated only by the will to release and to heal. Doubt or fear will poison the ritual. The operator must face the reflection, offering their own will as a shield against the hungry gaze, and with the aid of the stone of warding, channel the flow. I looked at my own reflection. I was pale, my eyes heavy with lack of sleep, but my resolve was absolute. No doubt, no fear, only the will to release, to heal. I began the first vibration of truth, a low, guttural hum that vibrated in my chest. Earthworm, Siofin, Eirth Gildor. The words felt ancient on my tongue, powerful, resonating deep within the core of the house. As the first vibration left my lips, the mirror seemed to ripple, not with a shadowy distortion, but with an internal tremor, like water disturbed by a deep, unseen current. The 2 dark stones at its base began to glow faintly, a soft, obsidian light that pulsed in rhythm with my chant. I then took the iron spike. I started with the top left corner of the frame, pressing the spike firmly against the first carved symbol Arthur Fairweather had identified as a symbol of sustenance. As the iron touched the wood, a faint, high-pitched whine emanated from the mirror, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a sound of subtle resistance. I chanted the second sequence of vibrations, this one specifically for the negation of sustenance. Unbindin, Siwanian, forced weird, my voice grew stronger, firmer, infused with intent. As I chanted, I tapped the iron spike with the hammer, not hard enough to damage the antique, but enough to send a focused vibration through the wood into the symbol. The moment the hammer struck, the mirror flashed, a sudden, piercing burst of white light that made me blink. Sarah stirred on the bed, but her eyes remained closed, her breathing even. I moved to the next symbol, repeating the process. Touch the iron spike, chant the negation vibration, tap with the hammer. Each tap sent a flash of light from the mirror, each light accompanied by a faint, tearing sound, as if an unseen thread was being cut. The air in the room grew heavier, thick with unseen energies warring against each other. The faint glow from the dark stones intensified, becoming a steady, protective light. I worked my way around the frame, following Arthur Fairweather's precise order for the 7 symbols of sustenance and drawing. Top left, top right, bottom left, middle left, and finally, the central, most complex symbol at the top of the frame, the geometry of starvation. As I approached the 7th and final symbol, the energy in the room reached a fever pitch. The mirror pulsed violently with an inner light, no longer just flashes, but a continuous shimmering glow. The air crackled with static, making the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. The whispers returned, not the guttural growls of the fragment, but a unified ancient hiss full of rage and despair. Vul, you cannot break what is woven. Its hunger is eternal. The souls are ours, bound forever. I ignored them, focusing all my will, all my intent into the final, most complex vibration of truth for the central symbol. Unwitten, H-will forlitan, diafalbinden, eirth sir, solfriudum liftgend. My voice resonated through the room, a raw, primal roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the entity's hold. I pressed the iron spike against the central symbol, my hand trembling not from fear, but from the sheer force of the energy flowing through me. With a final, resonant clang, I struck the spike with the hammer. The mirror erupted. Not with a flash of light, but with an explosion of pure, blinding white energy that filled the entire room, forcing me to shield my eyes. The scream that accompanied it was not just a shriek of rage, but a cacophony of thousands of voices, echoing in a chorus of ancient agony and a final, desperate lament. It was the sound of a universe unraveling, of threads being violently severed, of 1,000 years of hunger finally, brutally being denied. The energy blasted through me backwards, sending me stumbling to the floor, my ears ringing, my body aching from the concussive force. My vision was momentarily overwhelmed by the white light. I heard Sarah cry out, a startled gasp, but not a scream of terror. When my vision cleared and the ringing in my ears subsided, the room was silent, utterly, profoundly silent. The blinding light was gone. The mirror stood on the wall, completely inert. It no longer shimmered, no longer pulsed, no longer glowed with any internal energy. The 2 dark stones at its base had ceased to glow. The 2 carved figures seemed to absorb all light, becoming still and solid. The 2 lockets lay heavy, silent. The 2 dried flowers were just that, dried flowers, no longer imbued with a transient, ethereal scent. The mirror was simply glass, reflecting the still, quiet room. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my head throbbing. I rushed to the mirror. My own reflection stared back, pale, bruised, but undeniably real. There was no flicker, no distortion, no lingering shadow, no void. I pressed my hand against the glass. It was cool, smooth, utterly ordinary. I checked the temperature with my infrared thermometer, 70 degrees F, perfectly ambient. The mirror was no longer a cold spot nor an energy source. It was just a mirror. Arthur Fairweather's reversal had worked. The mirror, the Fairweather glass, was no longer a conduit. Its curse had been unmade. It was now truly a neutral object, a timeless reflection, but nothing more. Sarah was sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes, looking disoriented but not terrified. Arthur, what on earth was that? It was like a giant flashbulb went off. I turned to her, a weary smile spreading across my face. Just the culmination of the blessing, Sarah. Sometimes, when a very old energy is cleansed, it can be quite spectacular. It's all part of the process. She blinked, then slowly smiled. Well, spectacular it was. I feel incredibly light, like a huge weight has been lifted. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like the air itself is cleaner, and I feel so peaceful. She stretched, then yawned, a wide, contented yawn. I think I'm going to sleep wonderfully tonight. I believe you will, Sarah, I said, my voice thick with emotion. The mirror is now truly cleansed. It is a source of peace, reflecting only the beauty of your home. I gathered the artifacts, placing them back in their respective boxes. Ilara's box, the Fairweather box. They felt different now, no longer tools of a desperate struggle, but relics of a victory. Thank you, Arthur, Sarah said, her voice soft, sincere. Thank you for bringing such peace to our home. You're truly a remarkable historian. It was my honor, Sarah, I replied, bowing my head slightly. I left the Blackburn house as the first hint of pre-dawn light began to touch the eastern horizon. The moon, a mere sliver, seemed to smile down upon me, acknowledging the work done. The house, silent and still, felt truly at peace. I drove back to my cabin, utterly exhausted.